At that, because it is already in our program, I would like to welcome
and Secretary to the Commission. Then we have Commissioner Mary Karen Sorobit, who is an advocate of the High Court and chairs our Legal Affairs Committee and also Political Parties Liaison. So on matters of political parties, Mary Karen is our chair of that committee. Next, we have Commissioner Anne Deritu, who is the immediate former registrar of political parties. Now she is a full commissioner, currently chairing our Electoral Operations Committee, which is a very important committee in preparations of the 2027 elections. Next, we have Commissioner Dr. Moses Alutalala Wamuhwana. He's, despite being an advocate of the High Court, is a good communicator, and we convinced him to chair the committee on communications and stakeholder engagement. So I hope he will continue doing a good job to ensure that we engage properly and human resource. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we have our legal team, I think director. So I think in the interest of time, honorable members, allow us to present to you this afternoon on the topics that we had been requested to look at, and to also have an opportunity to have interactive dialogue with yourselves on matters related to our mandate. And our mandate is not only on elections. I'm sure maybe that's where the interest of most of the members is, especially given that 2027 is approaching very fast. Our mandate includes, of course, conducting and supervising elections and referenda. And last but not least, of course, undertaking boundary delimitation. So it gives me, honorable members, great pleasure to stand before you today and to share with you our level of preparedness in the execution of our mandate. Cognizant of the importance of this call and the strategic position that Parliament occupies in our society and in facilitating our core mandates. We appreciate the continued engagement and support with the National Assembly in advancing Kenya's democratic governance. We recognize the Parliament's central role, not only in appropriation of resources for our mandate, but also in oversighting our work as Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. In that regard, we are therefore grateful that we have a strategic partner in safeguarding our electoral integrity, political stability, and public confidence in our democratic governance and institutions. We believe that our engagement today will result in better understanding of the Commission's work and strengthen the collaboration between the Commission, Parliament, and indeed other institutions of governance in the Republic of Kenya. Honorable members, I was invited to make a presentation on behalf of my colleagues on the key 3 areas, all related to our preparations for the 2027 general election. The 3 areas include the legislative and regulatory requirements necessary for the conduct of the next general election, B, the budgetary and financial support that the Commission requires in order to undertake those elections and other functions, stakeholder support, number C, and of course, we may need to give you also updates on the election operations and the boundary delimitation exercise. In terms of our legislative and regulatory requirements, we recognize that elections are central to democracy and protecting citizens' rights to vote, of course under Article 38, or to contest for office under the same article. The credibility of elections therefore depend on there being free and fair elections. And we are saying therefore that when elections don't work, when we have flawed elections, then nothing will work in the Republic. Flawed elections may lead to instability and of course violence, as we've witnessed before in the history of the Republic. IEBC, as you all recognize and know already, is mandated to oversee the elections and referenda, and we have an elaborate legal framework that defines and delimits our work in that regard. And therefore, Parliament, being the legislature that makes laws that guide our work, your role therefore becomes very, very critical to us. In the past, before we joined the Commission, we've had attempts at introducing a series of reforms to just strengthen and to improve the legal framework that governs our work. And I'm sure in this regard, Parliament has had interactions with our predecessors, that is the previous Commission, that conducted the 2022 general elections, and subsequently, even after the departure of those commissioners from office, you have had interactions with our secretariat on various issues that required your attention in terms of the legal reforms around the election group, to draft bills and to propose those regulatory changes, and to prepare the submissions to Parliament. Around the same time, the Commission also was invited to make presentations to NADCO that is the National Dialogue Committee. Indeed, the Secretariat submitted those draft bills and the regulations that required the attention of NADCO and Parliament. Now, we have some of the proposals that we are currently finalizing on. I'll just highlight some of them in terms of the changes that we want to request Parliament to relook at in order to see if they can be incorporated in the new electoral laws. We will need, of course, to relook at the Elections Act with a view to amending it. Elections Act is the primary legislation besides the Constitution. The Elections Act is the primary legislation that governs the manner in which we conduct elections in Kenya. And having gone through the Elections Act in the light of the experiences of the previous elections, we have highlighted some of the changes, some of the proposals that we invite Parliament to have a look at. We need Parliament to look at the definitions of nominations and registration of candidates for elections. There is some ambiguity in the manner in which we have defined nomination and registration of the candidates. We find that, for example, when we were undertaking the by-elections that concluded in November last year, the role of nominating candidates remains with political parties. And then that leaves the Commission with the role of registering those candidates that have been duly nominated and certified by their respective political parties. And of course, registration of candidates also extends to those candidates that are running as independent candidates. So we need to delineate that role of nomination vis-a-vis registration. We are also invited to look at the issue of forensic imaging in order to clarify the manner in which election technology is amenable to scrutiny. We are also concerned about the timelines, to review the timelines for inspection of the register of voters, verification of biometric data, and of course the nomination of candidates by political parties and the candidate registration process. There's a lot sometimes in terms of the timelines that have been specified in the Elections Act, and then we require to sequence so that then we know at what point do we stop registration, at what point do we audit the register, at what point do we publish the register, and at what point do we complete registration of candidates as a commission, so that then we have ample time to prepare for the next phase, which is to prepare the ballot papers. We have also highlighted in the Elections Act the need to relook at the implementation of the two-third gender rule. I think that's a matter that Parliament insists of. Then there's also the issue of independent candidates, especially on the use of symbols. Sometimes we find independent candidates across the country with using the same symbols that we have already registered, and therefore we need to provide a mechanism where these symbols can be localized so that then they have as many available to them. The issue of the results path and declaration of results pursuant to the decisions of the Supreme Court in the previous presidential petitions also needs to be looked at in terms of amendments, entrenching those amendments in the Elections Act. And of course, I've talked about scrutiny of technology. There are also sometimes these provisions on recall of members of Parliament. The first of the things that we were confronted with when we took over office in July last year was this issue of recall. And I'm sure you must have seen it in the media. It was a bit, there was a lot of agitation by some sections of citizens. So we need clarity on that in terms of the regulations. Dispute resolution, again, we have made some proposals to streamline the manner in which we resolve pre-election disputes. The issue of election petitions also will need your attention. And in terms of the IBC Act, there are certain spent provisions that will require to be removed. Then the issue of quorum of the commission. We are aware, and we've seen it in the law, that the quorum of the commission was raised from 3 to 5, and we are 7 commissioners, so that the quorum, the threshold for the quorum, I think we may have to discuss that issue as well. Because previously there were 9 commissioners, but now we have 7. So we have to look at how that enhances or hinders our work. And then, of course, the issues of decision making within the commission, if that can also be looked into. In terms of the Election Offences Act, we need to look at the provisions relating to the mandate of the commission to investigate, prosecute, and punish those offenses, especially arising from the implementation of the Electoral Code of Conduct, and vis-a-vis the role of the ODPP. So some of the weaknesses we have is that even within the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, even when some of our election officers commit some of these offenses, their prosecution sometimes, because it's not within us, our mandate, is left to ODPP, and there's need for us to look at that, whether it's suitable to leave it as such or to bring it back to the commission so that we can also have some teeth to bite to discourage some of these electoral malpractices and offenses. The County Governments Act, there is some contradiction, especially in section 26 of the County Governments Act. We have in that act a specification of 1,450 wards. And yet, Article 89 gives the Commission the mandate and the powers to review the number of wards, their names, and of course their boundaries. So we feel you need to look at that and to align it with the Constitution. Very quickly, election campaign financing. This is an issue that is, again, within public domain, that Parliament needs to relook at that legislation to see if we can finalize on the campaign financing regulations in time for the Commission to implement. The referendum is also another issue that Kenyans are concerned about. And in some cases, they have approached the Commission with petitions and signatures requesting that some of these constitutional amendments be commenced, but without the with the absence of a statutory instrument to enable us undertake that mandate, which is a constitutional mandate, our hands are tied, and therefore we need to relook at the referendum bill. And then, of course, lastly, there are a number of other subsidiary legislations in terms of regulations touching on elections, party primaries, on technology, voter education, voter registration, and campaign financing that we need to discuss with you once we submit those proposals to see how best we can fast track their enactment. The Commission therefore stresses that in line with international best practices, laws should be enacted at least 1 year before a general election, as late enactments of legislations hamper the effective implementation of our elections mandate. So we are therefore urging Parliament to quickly and to find time, to dedicate time to look at the proposals we'll be submitting, and hopefully in the course of this year, as late as August, if not earlier, to see if you can give us an improved legislative framework for us to internalize and to implement on time. And so very quickly, some of the challenges that in terms of legal issues we are dealing with in the Commission. We have the issue of conflicting timelines. I think I've addressed that issue. Then we also inherited outstanding legal fees. And as you may be aware, during and after every election, there is always a flurry of litigation and legal challenges that we are faced with as the Commission. And that has necessitated the Commission to get support from external legal counsel. And we owe them some money going into 2027 general election. And this situation, very unique situation, has also been brought about by the limited capacity, internal capacity. Currently, we are operating with only 4 lawyers, in-house lawyers in IBC. And during the election season, sometimes we have to go through as many as over 100 election-related disputes. And we are not only dealing with the main elections, but also disputes arising from the party primaries during the registration of candidates. And of course, those cases relating to enforcement of the elections code of conduct. So I must state clearly that internally, we cannot as a commission cope with those litigation cases, besides, of course, other internal legal advisories that we need. Of course, in the past, we've also have not had resources that are adequate and they are specifically allocated to the Commission to undertake legal reforms. And yet, our elections, based on the electoral cycles, once we are done with the elections, we don't assume that life stops there. There's still a lot that the Commission must begin to do. We must do post-election evaluation, and based on that, we need to embark on legal reforms and other processes that will lead towards the next electoral cycle. Honorable members, the Commission therefore respectfully appeals to you to support us in relation to improving on the legal legislative matters that touch on the elections. In terms of budgetary and financial support required by the Commission, I think here briefly I must say, we've engaged in all the financial processes. We are currently engaged in the MTEF process. We've had meetings also with yourselves, the leadership of the Assembly, when we took over office, and raised some of the issues of concern around our budgets. First for the by-elections, and then for the general elections. We have engaged with the National Treasury, and we are saying, let us look at elections as an investment that is necessary for the economic, political, social progress of this republic. And that elections must be funded adequately for the Commission to do a good job for the Commission to deliver a peaceful, credible, free, and fair elections at all levels, whether it's by-elections or the general election that is coming up. And if we do not fund elections adequately, then we are likely to suffer in terms of the technical and operational preparedness. And in areas such as, of course, voter registration, expanding voter registration, because we are projecting additional 6 million voters based on the registration numbers. And therefore, with this population growth, definitely we need resources for us to register the new voters in town. We also require resources in order to expand and maintain and expand our electoral infrastructure, technology, and the systems that we will require for the upcoming general elections. Of course, in terms of technology, we are currently under the committee led by Professor Francis Aduol, the ICT committee. We are discussing and we are looking at what are some of these emerging technologies, what are some of these cutting-edge technologies that we can tap into in order to improve on our electoral processes. So we'll require funding for that. Election security. This is also another big item that will require funding, and based on the needs to secure the voters, our staff, and election materials. And of course, drawing on best practices elsewhere, we will require adequate funding for us to do a good job and to ensure that our elections are among the best globally. So, honorable members of parliament, in 2026, we requested for funding. We were allocated 4.7 billion. There's a table there which gives the summary. And for this year, 2026-2027, we have a funding shortfall of 14. And for 2027-2028, a funding shortfall of 8.6 billion. And overall, we have a funding gap of 22.9 billion requests. And of course, those needs, again, touch on our voter education and civic awareness, legal and regulatory reforms, stakeholder engagement and dispute prevention, strategic communication and countering misinformation, election security preparedness, staff training, welfare and logistics, and of course procurement of materials, election materials, and settlement of our legal bills. So, honorable member, we request your indulgence, we request you for your support to help us deliver peaceful, free, fair, and credible elections through adequate, timely funding. In terms of stakeholder support, I'll move very quickly in the interest of time. We value, of course, the participation and consultation with stakeholders. We value the feedback of stakeholders, including you as members of parliament, who are primary stakeholders, because this feedback will help us to improve on transparency, address public concerns on key processes such as the referendum, the general election, boundary delimitation, voter registration, results management, technology, and all those critical processes. And therefore, it is in that regard that we, as this new commission, have prioritized stakeholder engagement. If you recall, when we took over office, hardly a month passed, we requested to meet the leadership of the National Assembly, and the Right Honorable Speaker here granted us that audience. We also have interacted with a number of committees, JLAC, the Committee on the Implementation of the Constitution, and we have spoken as much about the need for us to collaborate in order for us to deliver for Kenyans the best elections in 2027. So, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, we have already, besides meeting with Parliament, we have also met with the judiciary, the Honorable Chief Justice, with the Committee on the JCE, the Judiciary Committee on Elections, to also discuss our levels of preparedness and the legal reforms that require to be put in place in time ahead of the general election. We have also discussed issues of dispute resolution during this electoral cycle. We've also met with the National Treasury, I've mentioned that already, and we have also expanded our engagements to meeting with international development partners. And we have had discussions with the development partners under a framework of the governance working group on elections. And that engagement is continuing, and we hope it will bear fruit. We also had engagement with the United Nations on electoral assistance, and so far there was a mission that came to Kenya, met with various stakeholders, and I believe that mission also met with Parliament, met with civil society, media, and the executive. And as a result of that mission, we received approval late in December from the United Nations Electoral Assistance Program that they have approved the mission findings and recommendations, and that the United Nations will work with us. The United Nations will also support us to the best extent possible in terms of looking for resources to support certain aspects of elections. We've not, honorable members, we've not left out members of the civil society. As you know, Kenya has a very vibrant civil society, and they play a very critical role in an election. That role includes, of course, undertaking voter education and civic engagement. And it is within that context that we've had a number of meetings with the civil society, and we've briefed one another on what role each one of us will play in order to deliver peaceful, credible, free, and fair general elections in 2027. As you may be aware of the risks that we face as technology and new media is evolving, we have also engaged with the media, not only the traditional media as you know it, but we have also engaged with the digital media platforms. I think, Mheshimiwa, you know the bloggers, eh? They are there, they are present. Most of them, we realize, are some of our young people, young members of society. And we've tried to bring them on board. And God willing and resources permitting, we will have this group of young people who are active in social media and in digital spaces to work with us to ensure that we mobilize the country in the right direction. We mobilize the country towards proper registration of those out of school youth and the special interest groups to register and to be active participants in the coming general election. So there are a number of all these stakeholders. I cannot exhaust all of them, but deliberately we are making an effort to reach out to them. And actually next week we will be meeting with the religious groups, one by one or as groups, and we will also be prioritizing meeting with the political parties under the umbrella framework of the Political Parties Liaison Committee. So in regard to meeting political parties, we are working with ORPP, and I'm glad the Registrar of Political Parties was here and spoke earlier, and of course the PPLC. So as you understand, we are a tripartite group established under the law, and we are working together to ensure that we have a robust engagement with the political parties through that platform. So as I conclude, honorable members, I wish to just highlight to you a few things on electoral operations, where we are as of now. Registration of voters, we have already rolled out the registration of voters exercise that is based at the constituency levels. We discovered that that is not sufficient, and we've received a number of complaints from Wananchi and from some of you members of parliament. The essence of that was for us to jumpstart that process while planning for the mass voter registration exercise. So we started the continuous voter, the constituency-based one, on 29 September last year, and we have sequenced the ward-based registration of voters process to begin on the 29th March 2026, just immediately after that month, holy month of Ramadan. And this, of course, sequencing is informed by a number of factors, including, of course, the availability of funding for the mass voter registration exercise. We have also looked at weather, we have also looked at other events that may disrupt the mass voter. So in mass voter registration, we will have over 27,000 registration centers. And so we will have our registration of officers based in the various wards, so that then we reduce that distance between the citizens and our registration centers. We are also deploying registration officers across the 57 counties, Huduma centers across the country. So if you have Huduma center in your constituency or in your various regions, we will have registration clerks there. So that begins on 29th March this year. So by-elections, we are having the by-elections in Isiolo and other areas, and we are continuing to learn from our experiences in conducting by-elections in order to perfect the systems and operational processes. Honorable members, I think I will do injustice if I don't mention the issue of diaspora. We have had engagements with our Kenyans in diaspora, being such an influential constituency, and we have agreed that, again, in accordance with the Constitution, that decrees us to progressively realize the rights of the Kenyans in diaspora. We will expand registration and their participation in our electoral processes. So that is an ongoing engagement, and we have an active diaspora group. Boundary delimitations. This is a matter that I think all Kenyans have been waiting for, especially on our decision on what next, in the light of the advisory opinion from the Supreme Court, and of course noting that there have been timelines that have constitutional timelines that have lapsed. We were to have concluded that process by March, I think March 6th, 2024, but that was not to be. And of course, there are a number of challenges that caused all that, and we have addressed ourselves to that. So this morning before we came here, we addressed the nation on that issue, so we've released a press statement on our decision on how we are proceeding. So maybe for you to note, we have made a decision to proceed with delimitation, but in a phased approach. Because boundary delimitation is a very complex issue. It is an issue that will require us to prepare adequately in terms of the kind of software we need, the training, and stakeholder engagement and interagency coordination. And all these things, we cannot squeeze them within the time frame that we have towards the 2027 general election. So we're saying, yes, we are alive to our constitutional duty, our constitutional obligation to ensure that delimitation is ongoing, and we are building on the work that our predecessors had begun. So we have a boundary review operational plan, and we will proceed with that. But also there's an issue with the kind of data. As you know, for us to do a successful delimitation, we need to have the population and housing census data. And it is on the basis of that that we arrive at the, what you call the population quota per constituency and per ward. That report was challenged in court, and the court has put that on hold. So we cannot proceed in the absence of the real data that we will require for us to proceed. And for us even to publish that, what you call the preliminary report or the notice of intention to delimit the boundaries, we need that information. So until the courts determine that, then our hands are a little bit tied. But we have said, we have told the nation this morning that we will proceed with those activities and processes that are not the subject of litigation. And we hope, and in time, that maybe after the general election, we can move with speed to conclude the comprehensive review of our boundaries. I think in the interest of time, I'll stop there, and I will allow the facilitators to assist us with the next phase. In case there are any questions, my team is here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A better round of applause for the chairman. Thank you. Members, you can see how interesting it is, and I'm sure that you have many questions that you would like to pose. I request that you hold your interest with regard to the questions that you would like to ask him. We have the chairman of JLAC, the Honorable Member for Tharaka, Sir George Murungara. Please come and make some comments. Honorable members, after his comments, we'll be going to data protection, and then we'll do plenary for the two sessions together in the interest of time. So let's clap for our chairman. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable members, my comments are purely on the bills that are pending before the House. These are bills that are under the purview of JLAC, and they emanate from the NADCO report. The commissioners may not be very familiar with this because they were not in office when the NADCO report was tabled in the House and was committed to Justice and Legal Affairs for consideration and the drafting and the publication of the bills emanating therefrom. NADCO itself had actually divided the bills into two parts. There were bills that were to emanate from the Senate, and there were bills that were to emanate from the National Assembly. Eventually we met, but after some time we couldn't agree with the Senate and decided to table two separate reports, which we did on the part of the National Assembly. The Senate declined to table their own report, and eventually we were prevailed upon by the leaders of the House that we are to go back. We come together and table one report. That was done towards the later part of last year, and then we moved on with the bills. The two bills that were under the National Assembly were the IBC Amendment Bill and the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Act, or bill. These were amendment bills, and I confirm to you that the National Assembly actually passed those bills. They were sent to the Senate, they were returned without amendments, and eventually they were assented to. So they are part and parcel of the law. The other bills, which were the Elections Act Amendment Bill, the Election Offences Amendment Bill, and the Political Parties Amendment Bill, these were originating from the Senate. They were brought to the National Assembly, and they are at various stages as follows. As regards the Elections Amendment Bill, it is in the Committee of the Whole House. There was a lull in between. We were trying to resolve the issue of the new commissioners coming in, and therefore the third reading is not complete. As regards the Elections Offences Amendment Bill, which was a Senate bill brought to the National Assembly, we made amendments to it and passed the bill with amendments. It means it has to go back to the Senate for concurrence, and if they don't concur, then it means we got to do mediation. The fact remains that that bill is still in the Senate. We've not been told what its fate is, but we should be moving with speed to ensure that we are told so that the bill can move forward. The Political Parties Amendment Bill is also pending in the National Assembly. It's a Senate bill. It's pending in the National Assembly, and it's at the committee stage. This means that as soon as we resume the House, we should give priority to these bills so that we can move them to third reading, complete it, and either send them back to the Senate. If they are not going back to the Senate, then they are assented to and they become laws. As regards diaspora, the Kenyans who are out there came to us with a draft bill that they would want us to consider certain issues regarding the way they are to conduct their elections in the various missions across the world. But what was interesting about it is they were also requesting for a member of parliament, specifically elected by them, to represent their interests in the National Assembly. To that we told them they required. Sorry? Oh, sorry about that. We were actually told that, we actually informed them that if we are to have a special seat for them, there has to be a constitutional amendment. A constitutional amendment to the effect that they would have special interest in the category of the other special interests. They were proposing to elect that person. Eventually, they made a proposal that that person be nominated, but we've told them it may be complicated, so we have to relook at this a little bit more. There has been mention of other bills that are likely to come to us from the commissioners, and I promise that as soon as those bills come to us, we shall give them preference, priority, so that we process them quickly and we are able to work on them, bring them to the House, and the House is able to actually complete the process of legislation within reasonable time. So that is all. Thank you very much. I don't think I got any more to say regarding those bills.
Honorable Murugara, while you are still there,
Yes, sir.
I don't know what your idea of reasonable time is. What I would want to suggest, because of the contestations in elections, IBC, the chairman says, have a legislative wish list. I want to direct you, within the next week, you sit with them, have a look at their list, give them priority. When we resume, we must be done with all electoral-related legislations within the first 3-4 months.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
So that you can give the Omutatas and others who want to challenge us in court to go, but we shall have discharged our honors.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Yes.
Yes, Carole informed me. Give him the mic.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. As the Chair of Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee, I wish to report or inform the House that we had agreed with IEBC that they will give us a matrix of all the constitutional, statutory, and case law requirements relating to elections, where legislation is needed, where whatever is needed, so that as a parliament we can go through them and support them. And if my dear brother is going to deal with that, I think our committee should also be involved. Thank you.
And Murugara work together with the chair of IEBC and do exactly what I have said.
Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Murungara. Let's appreciate Honorable Murungara again. And thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for those clear directions. Honorable members, before we go to plenary, we are now going to invite our next presenter, Dr. Bright Gameli.
Yes, what's your point of order? Who is that? Honorable Julius Keses.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. It is my opinion that we don't mix issues of IEBC with data protection. There are very weighty issues that I would wish we interact with IEBC and the Commission exhaustively so that we have the other matter differently. Thank you.
Members, that is a suggestion from member for cases. Do we take data protection and have a joint plenary, or we finish with IEBC? I'm hearing very faint voices. Do we join the two? Do we do them separately? That doesn't still sound majority. Let me not pull the question. Rachel, let's do 30 minutes plenary with IEBC. Then we go to data protection. And in the morning, members who are just meandering around, if you have a question, ask a question. If you have a comment, make a comment. And Rachel, don't give anybody a luxury of 2 questions. 1 question per member. So go ahead.
The Honorable...
Take the first 10, then the chairman will respond. Just give them numbers. 1 up to 10. Akikuita sema number 1. Akikuita wapili number 2, 3 up to 10. Then we stop there. We'll come again. Go ahead, Rachel.
Okay, number 1 is the Honorable Makalimulu, the Honorable Emase, the Honorable Mwenje, number 3. Yeah. I want to go there. Who is? My eyesight is very poor. The Honorable Kirima, followed by the Honorable Mudende, followed by the member for KSS. 5, 6, 7. I need another 3. Professor, number 7. This. You are number 8. Member for Lamu number 9. Adipo is number 8. Member for Lamu number 9. East. And the Honorable Elachi number 10. I hope I did well.
Members, there will be round 2. So let's just be orderly. I know how important electoral processes are. even if it means doing data protection later, we'll give you an opportunity. So let me get it right. Who was number 1? Molu. Number 2?
Number 2 is Honorable Mwenje.
You should know your numbers. Number 2? Mwenje. Emase.
Mr. Speaker, number 2 is Honorable Mwenje. Number 3 is Honorable Emase.
Yes.
Number 3 is Professor. Number 4 is Professor.
Professor who?
Actually, I went that end.
Okay, start with number 1. You should know your numbers. Wakiita number 2, unasimama. Number
Wamudende
3
is number 6.
Okay.
Yeah,
Kirima is number 5. I think that is clear. Honorable Dr. Makali Mulu.
okay, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker and the session chair. I want to start by appreciating the presentation. My first question, Speaker, relates to the last issue you raised, the issue of delimitation. You rightly put it that there is an issue with the data because people have gone to court. So I would want to hear specifically what process are you saying you can carry out when there are issues with the data. The second question is the issue of public trust, Honorable Speaker. By the time the commissioners came in, you are registering a very low level in terms of public trust. Now, what has changed is basically the commissioners. The technical team is still intact. How do you reconcile the commissioners and the technical team in terms of building public trust? Because I think unless there are changes in the technical team, that matter might not be addressed. The last one is just a comment on cost of elections in Kenya, Honorable Speaker.
Makali Molu, you heard me very clearly. 1 question each member. So pass on the mic to somebody else. To who is number 2, Mwenje?
Honorable Mwenje.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My question
One question per honorable member.
My question to the IBC, my name is Mark Mwenje for introduction. And my question relates, you said that you'll have 27,000 registration centers when you start mass registration, but you did not speak about gazettement of new polling stations. Honorable Speaker, I've written a letter to the chairman himself of the commission, to the CEO, Majan, and also incorporated Karoli Omondi on this issue. Specifically speaking about my constituency, Honorable Speaker, I have 2 polling stations that are full, and we cannot register anymore because of the sheer numbers there. And the mapping has already been done. All it remains is for you to gazette those stations. But from what I'm gathering is that you want to wait to map all 290 constituencies, which we don't know when that will be. Some of us are ready. Why can't you just gazette for those who are ready for those new polling stations as we continue with this, with the continuous voter registration? Thank you.
The Honorable Mary Emase.
Thank you. Speaker, I had 3 questions. Can I ask 2?
You have no luxury of 3 questions.
Okay. Fine. Honorable Speaker, my question is on the 2/3 gender principle. When I look at Article 27(8), read together with 81B, to me it mandates the IBC to enforce compliance with respect to the 2/3 principle. Even in the absence of further legislative measures, IBC has the capacity by law to enforce the 2/3 gender principle. I want to know, in your preparations for the elections, what action, what intervention, how are you planning to realize? Because if you decide not to clear any political party nomination until they comply with the 2/3 gender principle, it will happen. And we will not need to do any nominations to the National Assembly. And finally, is the registration of voters ongoing?
One question per member.
Registration of voters, please, because my constituents are telling me there's no registration going on.
Thank you, Mary Emase. The Honorable Professor Undo. Number 4 is Undo, number 5 is Kerema.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Session Chair. And I want to raise this matter And Chair Speaker, let me go on record. I raised this matter when I appeared before Public Accounts Committee on the issue of electoral violence. In the just concluded by-elections, the amount of violence that was seen in Kabuchai, the amount of violence that was seen in Malava, the amount of violence that was seen somewhere in Embu has sent shivers among the God-fearing Kenyans. What measures have you put in place to ensure that violence that we saw is not repeated again? Because violence is going to franchise old women, it's going to franchise persons living with disability, it's going to discourage the youths going to participate in the election. Are we literally rigging the election in advance by institutionalizing violence perpetrated by the police officers using official guns? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. The Honorable Kirima.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Allow me, Honorable Speaker, to ask my question conjoined with a comment. Honorable Speaker, my comment is this. What is the IBC doing to gain the public confidence for the people to be trained to the bottom, grassroots, to make sure that they appreciate any kind of manipulation by any form of authority, and they will say that the elections are credible? For there must be training at the base. And my comment is this. What is the IBC doing on the issue of creation of polling stations?
Is that a comment or a question?
My comment is this. IBC has created polling centers and stations in different counties which neighbors the counties where they have disputes in the boundaries, especially Tharaka-Nithi and Meru, especially my constituents where they have created 8 polling stations. What are they doing about it? And why are they doing like that? Are they promoting warlike activities in the disputed boundaries?
Thank you, Kirima. The Honorable Leo Amudende.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is somehow linked to Professor Oudo's, because I noticed IEBC in the preparation for by-election, they do it the same way as general elections. And you realize that for by-election, you have a lot of interest. You have members focusing on, say, one constituency. So are you now learning from the by-elections that just took place, preparing to have a bigger team to man the by-elections, especially now that I have 2 by-elections in my constituency, and we witnessed a lot of interference, a lot of violence, and a lot of times police were overwhelmed. So that in general elections you can have 2 policemen, but for by-elections you should consider having more. So my question is, for the upcoming by-elections, especially in Bere North constituency, are you preparing to have a bigger force to man those by-elections? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Ruto, member for Keses.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me very brief. Listening to the presentation by the Chair IEBC, Mr. Speaker, all of us will agree that we have hardly 15 effective months to prepare for general election. Looking at the presentation, my expectation, and I'm sure the expectation of all Kenyans, is that IEBC should have demonstrated categorically the plan, the schedule, and the program of activities to that time that will inform the resources they are asking. Instead, 80% of their presentation has dwell on the ask and not the hope that Kenyans want to know, how are you prepared? They are 6 months in office, and true to say, we've never seen our IBC are prepared. What will follow after the other one until those 15 months are coming? Because we are keen on the register of IBC. Remember, we are aware we've lost many people who have gone to rest. When is this register being updated? So that we have confidence that those people who are going to vote are the legit voters. Because that time is very short. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The Honorable Odipo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted just to confirm from the IBC which results they are going to use. The result at the tallying station in the constituency, which bears the polling ones, or the result done by the National Polling Center. I'm saying that we had a problem before in the other election. And then just connected with that, how do you determine who is the winner at the presidential election? Do you vote by the commissioners, or is it the chairman's decision that carries the day? It is important we know this because we had a problem.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Rueda, member for Lamu East.
Thank you. I want to confirm from IBC if they have any plans to visit Lamu, especially Lamu East, before they make any boardroom decisions on the issue, or before they do the boundary review.
Thank you. Thank you.
To thank the chair. My question is, you've been doing voter registration. Have you realized that there are so many people moving from one ward to another? And what mechanisms are you going to put in place to ensure we don't have such a trend? Because it is going to, you'll find one ward having so many people and the other less, because people are crisscrossing within the wards.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Please allow me to give the 10th one, who is the Honorable Naomi Wako.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to thank the Honorable Speaker and the Chairman for that very good presentation. My question is on the current drought that is in northern part of Kenya and northeastern, which has forced many of our people to move even to neighboring countries. And as we do the mass voter registration, what plans do you have in place so that our people who are moving from one place to the other will not...
Please, Naomi, please bring the mic closer to you so that the chairman and the honorable members can hear your question.
Can you hear me now? Okay. My question is in regards to the current voter registration that you spoke about, and in relation to people from northern Kenya and northeastern, because of the current drought that is ongoing, and that has forced many of our people to move even out of the country to the neighboring countries. What plans do you have in place so that we don't, or our people don't miss out in registration? As I finish, again, we have a mass ID registration that has been going on in most of the pastoralist areas. And during the distribution of ID cards, many at the times the IBC officers are not there. Can you make plans so that as they distribute the new IDs, the IBC officers can also be there, so that as they distribute the IDs, then the voter registration can also take place? Thank you.
Thank you. Those are 10 questions. Chairman, you may respond to those. You may be upstanding.
Who has a point of order? Yes, McLeod. What is your point of order?
Speaker, my point of order is this. Before the next round of 10 questions, kindly take the questions yourself, because you've realized the first 10 questions concentrated from here up to here alone, and the whole of these members all the way to the end Nobody has been given an opportunity because Nyamai does not know the members, neither does he see very far. So take the questions to the Speaker.
Order, Maklab. You should be fair to your colleague. How do you know she doesn't see far? Go ahead. Okay, now let's listen to responses to your questions, honorable members. Chairman, proceed. We'll do another round of 10 after that.
Okay, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Allow me to answer some of the questions, but my team is also here. My fellow commissioners can also help me in some of them. I think Honorable Makalimulu's questions are touching on the boundary delimitation. I think there is so boundary delimitation, it is a very, as I mentioned before, it's a complex process. It involves not only IBC. So we cannot sit as a commission in the boardroom and then look at the map of Kenya, look at the constituencies and the wards, and then draw the lines. This is a process that, as you know, in the 5th schedule of the Act, the IBC Act, that was amended, that was recently amended. I think it was 2024. There is a whole process that has been outlined in Schedule 5. And it, of course, it involves us as IBC developing our policy positions and frameworks on how the process will be undertaken. We need to conduct geodata collection and validation. We need to look at the overall population of Kenya and then derive the population quota. We need to look at all the factors that we must consider, including the geographical factors, the community of interest, the means of communication. All that information, we have to collect that data and validate. We have to, of course, strengthen capacity building.
Yes, hold on, Chairman. Who has a point of order? Zengu.
Thank you, Chair. The problem we are asking, the chairman has said they are going to proceed with the delimitation process, but they are also saying that there is a court case stopping even verification of that data. So what we wanted to know is how are you proceeding with the court case ongoing?
Okay, I think to respond to that, I was just outlining, broadly speaking, the things that we must look at while undertaking the boundary delimitation, including that interagency coordination, outreach, and of course, undertaking the delimitation itself. But what I did say is that there was a case that was determined, taken to the High Court in Garissa. And in that case, the population census report was invalidated. Then the National Bureau of Statistics went to the Court of Appeal. Is that nobody should use that data until the case is heard and determined to its full conclusion. So the importance of that data, and I believe Professor Adwal can explain why that population census is central to our work on boundary delimitation. But therefore we're saying, as long as there are those things that have been stopped by the court, but there are processes that are not subject of litigation that we can still continue undertaking as commission. We are not going to completely say, forget about it. We don't want to be caught off guard. Suppose the court determined the issue maybe next week, maybe in a few months. So as a commission, we are taking our responsibility seriously, and we are preparing for all these best case, either the best case scenario or the worst case scenario. So we are alive to that fact, and we have said even in our report to the public that we will focus on only those issues, those administrative and other operational issues that have not been stopped by court. In terms of your question on public trust, while the technical team is there, I think issues of public trust have been spoken about. I remember last year, just a few weeks after we assumed office, there was still talk even in our media that, oh, people don't have trust in you. And then we were wondering, I mean, how do you arrive at that barely 2 weeks into the election? Some of these things are subjective, but they are also real concerns. We, as the new commission, are also looking at how to reform the secretariat internally. So that is an issue that we'll continue working on, and we'll be briefing all the stakeholders, including Parliament, on what kind of reforms we are undertaking to ensure that the secretariat that we will carry to that will go to the next election is fit for purpose. In terms of Honorable Mwenje's question, because of the interest of time, gazetting of polling stations and registration centers. Mheshimiwa, this is an exercise that we don't undertake randomly. We have 2 centers. The registration centers will give us, the registration centers are meant to capture the data of voters who have not been registered and those ones who want to transfer their stations. But the polling centers are what we use during the elections. And for us, all these things, we have to undertake a process. We need to send our officers to get information from the constituencies, for example, yours, the wards. So you submit all the information, and there is a committee where there's dense populations, that means more polling stations. Where there's sparsely population, but the geographical distances are far apart, then we also rationalize those ones. So there is a process that we undertake as a commission, and it's on that basis, and considering all factors, that is when we give you the final listing of the polling stations and also the registration centers. But should you have any concerns or any complaints, you can always complain to us in writing, or you can come and we consult so that to look at the specific issue so that we can address it. As for the 2-that gender principle, I think I will let Commissioner Anderetu to help on that one. So maybe once you get the microphone, you will respond to that. On electoral violence, Mheshimiwa Oundo, I think this is a matter we discussed last time when we appeared before your committee. And that was before before we undertook the by-elections. And when we undertook the by-election, which was our first assignment, of course we came face to face with the realities of our competitive elections. And we saw incidences of course, intimidation, harassment, and outright violence. And in some constituencies, I think Kasipul, we lost 2 members of the public as a result of that chaotic campaigning period. So for us, we are very clear in our mind that the Constitution and Article 81, one of the fundamental principles of our electoral system is that it must be free from harassment, intimidation, violence, bribery, and all those malpractices. But then in practice, you find that this doesn't happen. But whose responsibility is it? Is it IBC alone? I've had situations where sometimes at the heat of the moment, And I can even name some of those wards and constituencies where there were incidents of violence. You find that the blame of members of parliament who have gone ahead to mobilize the goons and arm them with machetes and crude weapons against each other. They are the same members of parliament who are calling on me, the chairman, to do something about it. And you just wonder, how did this problem come about in the first place? How did it manifest itself in the first place? Who's responsible for this? So I think elections is not about IBC alone. And even I know that is very painful to a member of parliament, especially 2 weeks to elections. But we code of conduct, and we are learning the lessons. One of the lessons is this: it is not just sufficient for you to wait and after the fact report that IBC is to blame because there was intimidation, there was harassment, there was violence. It is your responsibility to report to our Electoral Code of Conduct Enforcement Committee. It's up to you to tell us there is a problem somewhere, so that when we determine the issue, we must know who is the complainant. Who are you complaining against? What are these incidences you are complaining about? And therefore, what remedies should we render or should we give? So it's a responsibility that we need to own and to take as stakeholders in the electoral space. In terms of confidence, I know there's the issue of the results management. I think the issue of the result part has been litigated and it has been determined by our courts. What I think we need to do as a commission is to demystify, I think it was Honorable Odipo as well, is to demystify some of these processes and to explain through a proper communication strategy how everything moves from the moment we set up the polling station, how the results move from the polling station to the constituency tallying center and to the national tallying center.
That was the Honorable Kirima's question.
I think Kirima and Odipo is a related question.
Okay.
And I think I'm trying to merge it so that in the interest of time. So for me, I look at it as more of a communication problem. We need to show Kenyans how this thing moves. We need to simulate so that then we understand in all this, there is nowhere, even in law, apart from in Article 138.10, there's nowhere in law that, even the chairman of the IBC plays a role in managing those results. The role of IBC chairperson is, after we verify the National Tallying Center, is to announce the result to the nation, to give back the returns. That's why we are called returning officers. We return to you that which you have already given to us at the polling stations. And I know, in terms of the finality, the courts have pronounced that the results at the tallying centers are final. So our role at the verification center is just to ensure that the candidates have gotten 25% in the different counties, and of course the issue of 50+1. In terms of, I think of by-elections having more officials and more police, when I went to Kasipul,
yeah.
I think I'm
Yeah, that's a very important question, Commissioner. It affects so many counties,
Speaker,
including
I'm
Kitui
saying that
and Tana
my
River.
question was about the creation of polling stations in a different county altogether, which has not been there since 1963 due to the disputes, but has been created without public participation, without involving other people, due to undue influence. What are you doing about it? 8 of them.
Commissioner Nderi.
The chairman said that question will be responded to by Commissioner Ann. So we'll give you a minute to do that.
Yeah.
Yes? Delemengit?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Chair.
It's a point of order.
Yes, a point of order. I'm also feeling that...
What is out of order, member for...
I have a feeling that the Chair is evading answering the question. Is the function of the IBC to make sure that there is credible, transparent elections. Again, I would like for the Chair not to use the word I think. I want you to be firm and give direction as IBC. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Okay.
Okay, I think. Go on, Chairman. You've heard the sentiments. Kirima, hold your horses. Anne will answer your question.
Can I
proceed? But Anne, you hold, your chairman will motion you when to answer.
Okay. I think, Commissioner Nderitu, you can address the questions around the polling stations and the two-third gender rule implementation, and what the challenges we had, the previous commission had on that.
Okay, go ahead, Anne Nderitu.
Okay, thank you. I hope I can be heard. I will start by that question of the two-third gender rule, whether the commission can implement the two-third gender rule. The first thing is that we can only implement together with the political parties. In the 2022 general election, there was a ruling between IBC and Katiba Institute that obligated IBC to ensure that the list of candidates that go to the ballot meets the two-third gender rule. And I know for sure between IBC, the Office of Registrar of Political Parties, and political parties, we had a mechanism, and we implemented up and until when the parties went to court and stopped the implementation. And because the ruling still stands, in spite of the temporary injunction that was given by the courts, I think it's still possible for us to work, all of us together, to ensure that the political parties are compliant. And I request, because you are the same people who are in political parties, that you don't go to court then to stop IBC from implementation, because it actually was an injunction from court that stopped IBC from fully implementing. So the answer is that it is possible, but through collaboration of political parties and all politicians and everybody that is in the sector. I think I've answered that. The other question is on polling stations. I want to agree, and I think Chair has alluded to it, that we are going to gazette all the mapped registration centers in the month of February, so that from there, when we are rolling out the mass voter registration in end of March, we have all the mapped registration centers. And Chair explained very clearly, a mapped registration center does not automatically translate to a polling station, because if the data is not corrected, it's not enough. The voters are not enough, they don't meet the threshold, then we revert back to the polling stations that are enough to make the cap of 700. So if it's not possible, then we cannot translate it. So we have about 3,000 mapped registration centers and that have been mapped by the stakeholders, and we are going to gazette all of them for purposes of data correction. After that, we shall come back to the issue of allocating the polling station based on the data corrected. I think that should come out very clearly. There's also the question of polling station mapping, the Tharaka-Nithi, the constituency, the border polling stations. I don't think you are the only one. There are a few cases of border polling stations that some voters cross over from one constituency to another. And I think it's a question of us coming and mapping the polling station and engaging the stakeholders so that the stakeholders are told your boundaries, this constituency, boundaries reaches here, and your polling station, this polling station is in this constituency. Yeah, we are going to do...
To exclusively manage your voters. You must also help your voters to tell them where they'll vote if they have to vote for you.
The last question that we needed to respond to is the question of election timeline. The timeline, we are going to also launch our operational plan that we shall invite you, and we have all the timelines of the elections. So we are doing the election operational plan that will include all the timeline. That's why we never been able to put in our presentation this afternoon. Thank you.
Chairman Endelea.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ann, for responding to those questions. And I think on the issue of result management, I think there was Mheshimiwa was concerned about that. I think the issue of the result path has been clarified, and we have been given guidance by the Supreme Court. So, and again, I was saying, because even right now, there's a case that some group took to court, again on the same issue of the results path. And for me, from the way I look at it, we need to communicate better so that Kenyans will understand these issues were settled, and this is how the results move from one level to another. So that to avoid this unnecessary litigation and, of course, misunderstanding. I think the issue of, there was a question by Honorable Rueda, Lamu East. I don't know whether she's still there.
She's still here.
Yes. I think it has been explained. We do not make decisions on boundaries for constituencies and wards in the boardroom. This is a stakeholder-driven process, and which is why we're even arguing that we need time. By the time we come to Lamu East, go to Lokchogyo, at the same time Kilgoris, Central, all these to listen to every Kenyan, then we need time for that. And so it's a consultative process that at the right time, we will come to Lamu East. We will not do it at the boardroom. I hope I've answered you and I've assured you. Then, okay, there's a hand up there.
So thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, can we take another round of 10?
Yes. Now, focus a little more on the
those who are behind. Mr. Speaker, number one will obviously be Honorable Makilap.
If you could just allow, there's one question that we have not answered. Question by Naomi Wako.
The question by Naomi Wako has not been responded to.
Of course, I think the issue of the drought in northern Kenya and mass voter registration. We actually discussed the issue of the impact of the drought in the registration process. And part of the reason why we moved registration of voters from November, December, the mass voter, to March, was because we considered that during those months, there may be some rain, there might be some relief. But drought, of course, it's a national issue that the government and, of course, you members of parliament and leaders from that region should also consider addressing, even as you work with us, to ensure that we sequence the events in order to have even those pastoralists and special interest groups captured in our data. And, of course, the issue of distribution of IDs, we are working with the National Registration Bureau. So we will ensure that the reason why, for example, after they issue IDs up to a certain level, then we launch the mass voter registration, we capture that data, and then again begin to plan for the next mass voter registration. So there'll be a series of them. depending again on how much we have allocated for registration of voters. And of course, there's also the element of civic education and civic engagement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Honorable members, we have noted that it's difficult to see members seated behind the cameras from here because of lighting. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Member for Sirisia's hand has been up.
Pick 10.
The Honorable Makilap, the Honorable Chair Budget, the Honorable Tongoyo, the member for Seme. Is anybody writing for me? Member for Taveta. No, I'm just trying to balance the 3 rows.
Other members, everybody will have an opportunity. Give her a chance to exercise her discretion.
The Honorable Mwalio at the end. I said your name, Mheshimiwa. I said Gogoyo. I'll just take one on this side and one on this side. There is a member there. Member for Kibra and one more. I take the last one, honorable members. You know why I'm not taking you, my neighbor. Member for Diwa is the last.
Rachel,
Thank you very much.
Those are 8. Take 2 more.
2 more. I take a lady. I'll take a lady on this side. I'll take a lady, that is the Honorable Nyenze, and I take the lady for Taita Taveta.
Taveta, you had already taken. Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay. I start. Order members, those who have not been picked, you'll take round 3.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman, take the questions. Order members, let's have less conversations. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My first question.
There's no first question, only one question.
Yes, Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
that one. Mr. Speaker, my question to the chairman is, how is he going to handle different the transmission of presidential elections so that this country will not suffer from further trust deficit on the commissioners, and also tell these members on Analytica, the contract to Analytica.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chair Budget.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Chair, my question relates to the election budget. Uganda has just spent about 30 billion in Kenya shillings to conduct their elections. Tanzania spent about 50 billion in their recent elections. In Kenya, every election cycle, we always have pending bills. And these pending bills are so huge, mostly attributed to lawyers, legal fees. We have a pending bill of about 4 billion. If I looked at your budgetary projections. So the question I'm asking you, why must we always have these huge pending bills attributed to lawyers? And now that you are new, you just took over. Have you done some audit on the previous pending bills that are accrued to lawyers, even before we begin the budget process? Thank you.
Thank you. Tongoyo.
Thank you. Chair, my question is... Ngogo, is it you or me? It's me. It's Ngogoyo.
Honorable Speaker, we have both Gogoyo and Tongoyo. Gogoyo.
Okay. Gogoyo.
Thank you. Chair IBC and the Commission, I have one question. Before your assumption to office, and even after assumption to office, there are individuals, members of certain political parties, who have confessed on mainstream media, on social media, that they will participate in rigging of election if their candidates do not have enough votes. What actions or what have you done, and especially to those ones who have done it, who are state officers, well-known members, who are members of certain and specific political parties?
The Honorable Tongoyo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've got two questions. Speaker, they are so brief, they're short. One is actually on, it is on the public domain, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Cabinet had talked about a possibility of the 2027 election being nullified if we go under the current arrangement. What is the position of the chair? What is the comment on that?
There was no legal basis for that.
Thank you.
You don't even need to go to him. There is nothing in law that warrants us to even discuss that.
Okay, now the question is, Honorable Speaker, Honorable the Chair, the issue of relaying the results of the presidential results, of course the court had ruled that the finality of election is a polling center. And should be so, of course, in all 6 elections. For the presidential election currently, the results are relayed from the polling center to the returning officer at national. Why don't you leverage on the same technology, same practice, so that we reduce the human interaction to have at least the results, at least for governors or maybe senators, relayed from the polling center to the returning officer at county levels to reduce in issues of time and human manipulation. Like it happened in Narok, actually the certificate was issued in the street somewhere in Nairobi. I don't know whether that one has been picked, Chair.
Yes, it has.
Yes. Are there a plan? And if yes, what is possibly the constraint and the challenges?
Who is the next member for Seme?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is, why does IEBC seem either unwilling or unable to take action when electoral laws are openly and flagrantly violated? 2 examples: voter bribery, when people are actually lined up in broad daylight and given money. 2, when there are campaigns before the elections are actually, the campaign period is announced, full with billboards and posters, and this go on, and the same people later on actually go and contest, and nobody brings out the issue that they had violated the law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Haika.
This is, it is me, Mr. Speaker.
Who?
Here, Mwashako. Yes, it is. Mwashako is, unfortunately, the...
Haika wewe uko kwa list lakini nyuma. Sasa ni Mwashako.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, my question is to the chair. I'm happy that he said that there will be a delay in boundary delimitation. There are these 27 protected constituencies in our constitution. There is a lot of anxiety from members of those 27 constituencies. I would like the chair to assure those 27 constituencies that they'll go to the election in 2027 as constituencies without a problem. And what will be his take, trying to, even if they'll do the boundary review, and to hear his position whether it will be okay to remove a right that has been given by a constitution to, for these constituencies to lose their identity if anything is going to happen in future. Could he speak to us so that we can continue protecting those constituencies? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mwalio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
My question is to the chair. We as members of parliament, we would like you to help the IBC to have an easier way of movement to the constituencies so that they can be able to register the voters. But they are afraid that if we give them the cards for CDF, you will have questions to them. Because I tried. Can you give them a leeway that they can be able to approach us to assist them with the movement? Because if they stay only in the headquarters, they only get like one person per day. But if they move to the sub-locations, then we'll be able to register a lot of people.
Thank you. Kebra.
Thank you, Speaker. The chairman has talked about interagency outreach. Yet there are thousands of IDs of the Kenyans lying at the headquarters, regional headquarters. What are they doing to ensure that people get their IDs so that they can vote in this election? I'm saying this again because in my constituency, people have been denied their rights to vote because of verification. That is the Nubian community. They are born in Kenya, they are Kenyans, and they are never given ID, so they can not exercise their democratic rights. So can you do something on that? Thank you.
Ndiwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To Chair Erastus Ethicon, during election, people play different rules. Some do not follow the rule at all. Some do follow the rules. Now, in election malpractice or offenses, what really influenced your decision whether to fine a candidate or suspend him?
Thank you. My question is on the presidential elections. With the advancement in technology, what is so difficult in actually considering the polling station results as the final results? Then we take the shortest time possible to announce the presidential results. Thank you.
Aika.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to inform the IBC chair that I chair the committee on diaspora, therefore my question will be on diaspora. Mr. Speaker, as per the presentation just made on matters voters registration, it has been stated that for diaspora, registration will take place in January 2027, and that is if there'll be budgetary allocation. You know, if there'll be availability of budgetary allocation. So then my question is, what if the budget will not be favorable? Will there be that voter registration? And given the amount of money, the remittances that the diasporians are sending back to the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if you can allow me, I have one more question. IBC has been, there was a time you are updating every weekly, daily, the number of voters who are registering. Of late, we are not seeing the updates on per sub-county, per county, on how many people are registering daily. What is happening?
Chairman, back to you. If you are assigning to your colleagues to help you, it is good to say this question will be, there are 10. Assign them, answer those that you can, then they can come in.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think I will assign some questions to my colleagues. I think, once again, Commissioner Nderitu, you can elaborate on the issue of registration of voters, touching on the updates, why the updates stopped, and when are we resuming Then the issue of diaspora. The issue of result transmission, CEO Marjan. Is there anything we can do to fast track, given the technology evolution? The issue of interagency, MP for Kibra, and that issue of IDs lying in headquarters. And of course, the other special interest groups like the Nubian community. So I will begin with some, and some I will assign directly to my. So the issue of result transmission, I think if we look at our electoral processes and the electoral laws, our elections are actually largely manual. And we rely, for the case of presidential, we rely on Form 34A, which is consolidated at the constituency level to Form 34B, and then it's that Form 34B that is brought to the National Tallying Center. And this is because we need not only account for the results at the Tallying Center, but we also need to verify. That requirement of verifiability, that is why we have the National Tallying Center. So there's nothing that changes there. Just to make sure we have a look together with the party agents. We have a look at the results once more and to satisfy ourselves that they are the correct. So we will do, because this question of result transmission has come up a number of times, and I think we will need to explain that process. So if we could have another session with the members of parliament, either at the committee level, we can be able to demonstrate to you how the results moves up to, from the tallying center up to the National Tallying Center, up to when it's announced. So in terms of Honorable Atandi's question on the cost of elections and the pending bills, our CEO, you can answer that question. On the pending bills, because we joined and we inherited pending bills, and of course I'm sure you can look at that question on the cost of elections and pending bills. In terms of Honorable Gongoyo's question on rigging, on allegations of rigging, I think last year is when we had those allegations and those claims. And for us, those allegations, we cannot control so much what you members of parliament can say on the podium when you're addressing whichever crowd. But what we can do is to interact with you to find out on what basis, because there's no legal basis for you to make those allegations. We've looked at our electoral system with all the checks and balances. We don't see anywhere where somebody will come and rig elections within our areas of control, which is the polling stations, the tallying centers. We have not seen that. And even during the recently concluded by-elections, most of the observer groups did point out to the fact that we did that election in terms of the operational deployment, the tallying, the counting and the tallying, we did it very well. What was being complained about was the malpractices around the whole ecosystem. Yeah? Those incidences of people going to the villages at night to incentivize some voters, and some, of course, intimidation, some forms of this kind of malpractices, which sometimes, in all fairness, surely, you can't expect the IBC to be everywhere all the time. We have a responsibility to manage the elections.
Yes.
And sometimes.
Hold on, Chairman. Yes, Minority Whip. Where's the mic for Millie?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would ask the chair to spend some time with members and they'll tell you the challenges that emanate from your end. There will be problems that will emanate from politicians, but I can give you one perfect example, which happened in my own constituency. That what happens is after you've done the elections, the votes are counted and they are sealed. What your presiding officers do, they take plus the results, seal them in the box, and disappear. They'll bring the box, then they cannot be opened, so they can't be counted. So what do? They look if they think you are a stronger candidate. They do that in all they just buy your officers. So they do it in your strongholds. So my results were counted less, I think, 6 polling stations, because they were all sealed. So if it weren't that I was stronger, much stronger, I would have lost just because results were not counted. So what do you have to do? Wait to go to court. What happens when you go to court? It depends on who has more money to bribe. So I think ask members and they'll tell you where there are, glaring deficiencies on your side. Which means, for instance, those 6 presiding officers should not even be employed this time by IBC.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa Mili. I think if we just focus on that so that as I move to the other questions, I think one of the weaknesses that we noticed, because one of the first things that I asked was precisely why was the Magarini elections nullified? Who was responsible? Who contributed to the nullification of those elections? And if it were IBC staff, then what actions were taken against them? Was there any investigation? Was there any prosecution? And so, again, it points to the issue of the legal reform. If we cannot punish our own electoral officials, and most of these people, we employ them temporarily during that window, and we cannot hold them to account the moment they have done what they have done and they have left our temporary employment, and the requirement is that somebody has to investigate, somebody has to prosecute, and somebody has to punish. That is where we need to look at the law. But if we have that information, obviously, they will not find any mercy under the current commission. So report to us those ones who committed those malpractices, and we will deal with them accordingly. So, again, the issue of unwillingness or being unable to take action, even where there are voter bribery or those electoral malpractices. You see, the law is designed in such a way that, for example, IBC is supposed to implement or enforce the Electoral Code of Conduct. But there are limitations also to that extent. When we gazette an election, that is when now the candidates whom we have registered sign the Electoral Code of Conduct, and the political parties who are sponsoring those parties subscribe to that Code of Conduct. The independent candidates subscribe. So then we constitute what we call the Electoral Code of Conduct Enforcement Committee. And that committee is chaired by one of our commissioners who is at the level of a judge of the High Court. It is that committee that sits now and receives complaints with, of course, evidence, and then it deliberates on those issues and makes a determination on what kind of punishment to administer. But from our last by-election, after the fact, that is when we hear complaints. That's when now people complain, there was this, there was that, and yet we did not receive any formal complaints so that then we can summon those people. And remember, in an electoral context, we're also dealing with a lot of work. We have our officers on the ground trying to register candidates, trying to set up the materials, the polling stations. At the same time, we are expected again to go to the villages, check out who's bribing who at night. At the same time, we are supposed to deal with the incidences of violence. I don't know whose gangs are fighting against whose gangs. So surely, we need to do something as Kenyans, while understanding that elections must represent that free will of the Kenyan voter. That we give them a chance, we give them a conducive electoral environment so that everybody, enjoys the whole exercise, free of violence, free of intimidation, free of bribery, and all those malpractices. So we also have our own limitations as a commission. And of course, if you commit what you call electoral offenses under the Electoral Offences Act, it is the ODPP that is supposed to investigate. We are also party, we report incidences, and then that also takes another process, another course of itself. So we are also limited in as much as we want to police and to make sure elections are done in a conducive environment free of violence, intimidation, and bribery. The issue of protected constituency, I don't know whether Professor Adol is here. Professor, please answer to that. The issue of helping IBC to use CDF government vehicles to improve movement. We will appreciate that. But then, of course, there are challenges around us that happening. Of course, previously we used to use government vehicles to conduct...
Kombe, what is it? Is this Kombe? They are responding to questions already asked. What is it?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have heard Magarini being mentioned.
You've heard?
Magarini being mentioned. And the culprit is here. Mr. Speaker, may I take this opportunity to thank IBC.
You are out of order. Take your seat. Take your seat. Take your seat.
No maiden speech. Mr. Speaker, I want to make it clear that there was no proper nullification in Magarini in the 2022 elections, and I explain. Mr. Speaker, if you will allow me.
You are out of order. Take your seat.
If you will allow me, I will explain.
Take your seat. Magarini is not on trial here. The fact that Magarini is mentioned doesn't give you an opportunity to say the things you want to say.
Okay, thank you. I think, Honorable Speaker, I will allow my colleagues to respond to the questions. Professor Adol on the issue of boundaries, Commissioner Ann.
Professor, you have been assigned a question to answer after you, Ann. You have been assigned a question to answer after you, Marijan. In that order.
Thank you, Chairman. I think the question was on the 27 constituencies that are considered to have been protected from 2012. That protection was only interim. And the understanding was that in the next review, they will be considered appropriately with all the other constituencies. So if it is found out that a particular constituency is too small and cannot be sustained, it will be dealt with accordingly within the specifications of the boundary limitation. Now, as it stands, it is unlikely that we are going to carry out a boundary delimitation in time for 2027 elections. And since we will not be able to do that, there is no way that someone can say that those constituencies will be interfered with. Then it will depend on the circumstances. If we end up with an increase in the number of constituencies beyond 290 now, then perhaps many, if not all of them, might end up being sustained. Now, it should be understood like this. We have 27 constituencies that were adjudged to be too small. The reverse is that there is about 30 constituencies also that were left too large in order for these small ones to exist. So when the limitation comes, all of that will be taken in its stride. And if a constituency needs to die, I hope we Kenyans will make that decision. I hope we will not get to that level. that we will say that a particular constituency dies. But you, Parliament, will have to make big decisions on whether you want that to happen. Thank you, sir.
And Deritu.
Thank you, Speaker. I think I had two questions, but one of them on the cost of election, Commissioner Hassan is ready to respond. But allow me to speak on the question of diaspora registration. First of all, currently, we have 12 countries where Kenya has registered voter in the diaspora. And in this particular election cycle, we want to increase a few countries on top. Maybe our mapping is up to 17 countries. And within countries, like, for example, the US, we establish more polling stations so that we are able to reach the Kenyans in the diaspora, because we recognize, as one of the members said, that they are a great contributor to the growth of our economy. The concern was, why are we pushing registration to the next year? It has only to do with timelines and the budgeting. And there's no way the budget will not be there. This particular period, we shall be mapping those stations and then preparing the equipment and everything. Then, when we are doing the second mass voter registration, then we shall capture diaspora as part of the voter registration. Currently, we have over 10, around 11,000 Kenyans who are registered as voters in the diaspora. We expect that we shall, by opening more stations, we shall increase as many stations and as many voters as possible. One of the issues we are proposing is probably looking at how results are transmitted from the diaspora. And I know Marijan, as he answers that question, you address the issue of how are we envisaging the issue of transmission of those results and voting from the diaspora. The other question that the chairman asked me to respond is the issue of IDs and the interagency collaboration between us and the National Registration Bureau. We have an active MOU that we are signing between us and NRB, specifically on data sharing, so that they are able to share with us where IDs are and where they have not been issued. So we are going to work together, especially during the mass voter registration. We are going to station our clerks together with the registration officers, especially those who are distributing IDs for people who are already registered as citizens. So we are going to match them so that we are able to work together. And it's true, we have an MOU that we are developing, especially on the area of data sharing. In the issue of the ASO areas, and especially the northeastern regions, where we have a population that is on the move because of pasture, we have mobile registration centers. We are going to move with them. So one of the areas that a registration officer is expected to do is mapping. Where are they in terms of registration, in terms of the pasture? So we are going to follow them where they are. And it's not the first time we do that. That has been the tradition of IBC, to look for them where they are. And that's why we are saying the voter registration, mass voter registration, goes up to the polling station level. So we are going to trace them where they are, of course, using collaborative approach with the agencies on the ground who are able to tell us and guide us where we are. I think those were the questions. I think, please allow me to give Hassan to answer only one question. Please.
In Uganda, we have between 4 and 5 election officials. In Tanzania, we have 4 election officials. In Uganda, they even use buckets as boots. They are using basins as boots, rather. They are using civil servants. And therefore, our internal election architecture is very costly because every aspect of it is legislated. Secondly, our movement of the results is by physical movement of results. We only determine results by physical documentation. And therefore, we have that issue. The capping of polling stations for registered voters at 700 makes it very costly. It's part of our legislative reforms that we are now putting to Parliament to have all these things legislated so that we can be able to come out of it, increase the polling station from 700 to maybe a more reasonable number that we can be able to accommodate the cost. So these are some of the things that our ballot papers are more costly than our legal tenders. Pesa ambayo tulio nayo, printing money, it's more costly to print the ballot paper. We have nearly 10 security features on that ballot paper. And all this is legislated, and therefore we have to reduce this legislation. So those are the things. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Speaker, of security. We have talked about security and violence at polling stations and polling elections with reference to Mbadi North and Kasipul. I think the stakes were very high. The entire country was focused on these two by-elections. When it comes to the general election, it is our feeling as IEBC that the election is going to be more peaceful. Please have that in your mind. We shall have a more peaceful election. We're in a very robust discussion with the National Police Service, and we will guarantee a free and fair election. Please, let's have that in our mind. Thank you very much.
Angela, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I did want to oppose Hassan, but he's comparing Kenya to failed states like Uganda.
Order, Angela.
Mr. Speaker, I was there. Tanzania is in the problem.
Order, Angela. Take your seat. Your standing orders bar you from making derogatory remarks against friendly neighboring states, members of the East African community. Marijan.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I will ride on the issue of cost that Commissioner Hassan has just talked about, and in particular, the issue of pending bills and in relation to lawyers' fees. It is true that we have got a huge pending bill, and the bulk of it is basically the lawyers' fees, and these lawyers' fees are arising due to the petitions filed during various general elections. They ran all the way to 2013 general election, Honorable Speaker. Now, I look at the causes of these pending bills into two. One of them is the fact that we are given and the other issue is the fact that we are given a budget, and this budget is given at the election financial year, such that when it comes to paying at the end of the financial year, we are given a budget, but there's no exchequer. So then they are actually moved into pending bills. Then, as if that is not enough, Honorable Speaker, is that immediately after the general elections, the fundings basically go low. We are not given any funding, and therefore, we cannot be able to treat them as fast charge. This is what has led to build-up of these pending bills. In the last general election of 2022, we were not given even a single cent to cater for legal fees. So all those basically were accrued. We have not paid for lawyers' fees for the presidential petition as well as other petitions. So that is why you are seeing a huge pending bill for lawyers' fees. And the question was whether they have been audited or not. Yes, they have been audited. And also we have submitted them to the pending bills verification committee, which is actually being chaired by the previous Auditor General. On the question of results transmission, I think the issue was more or less on the fact that whether we could be able to transmit also the other positions. The answer to that is simple, yes. Although it is not provided in law, we are only concentrating on what has been provided in law. It is possible to do that. It is just going to be a policy decision that the Commission will address itself to. And if they agree that that is the way to go, then of course the respective vendor will be told to address that specific issue. Thank you very much.
Yes, Dr. Nikal.
The chairman indicated that I raised the issue of things like voter bribery, premature campaigns. And his answer was that it is expected that as people who are campaigning, once you have signed to the conduct of elections, I think we should.
I think we also, besides legislating as leaders, what culture are we entrenching in our country? Are we therefore normalizing some of these things? Are we, or do we have to do something about it? So there'll be that case for legal reforms to give IBC more teeth. The last by-election, we were under enormous pressure from citizens to even disqualify some of the candidates. But when you look at the Electoral Code of Conduct, you can't just wake up and without any evidence to disqualify a candidate on the basis of sentiment. So we need to improve on that code of conduct and the electoral offences law, but we also need to ask ourselves, beyond legislating, what else as leaders, what culture, what legacies are we leaving behind? I thank you, honorable members, for this wonderful
members. I come back to you. Do we take another round or we stop here? We take another round? Yes, Kaluma, what is it? Just hold, let me hear what Kaluma wants to say.
Yeah, I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Take your seat. Yes, Peter Kaluma.
Yes, Speaker, there is a matter which I think is being treated very casually before us. And so, Speaker, I thank you for giving me this opportunity. Speaker, you know, I was attacked during the Kasipul by-election. And Speaker, I'm not wearing this cap because I love being in a cap. But I missed death by less than a centimeter. If the boulder that was hit on my head had moved directly back here, I was dead instantly. And Speaker, I was attacked by the person who was a suspect in the killing of Honorable Were, for whom we were having that by-election. Honorable Speaker, I was attacked in the presence of 2 OCPDs with over 15 police officers, all of whom were armed. Under the Elections Act, Honorable Speaker, police officers in a polling station during elections are officers of IEBC, not National Police Service. And Honorable Speaker, these people are arrested and they are just released on orders of nobody, including the gun of my bodyguard is taken away by them and they just return it. And they are ordered released. And IEBC to date appearing before us, yet I nearly died. Gentlemen, that day it was me. I'm a 3-term member of parliament sitting in the speaker's panel. Tomorrow it will be you. Tomorrow it will be you. What has IEBC done in terms of the oversight over their officers? The police officers are there that day to address such issues. And Honorable Speaker, I may not be worried much myself, I can secure myself. But Honorable Speaker, because of what I'm seeing, I want to request you, let there be more security provision for the new MP for Kasipul. I really fear for his life. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, because I'll deal with my matters, the matter of verification of the voter register is not being answered properly, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, in my first 2 terms, I sat in Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. The last voter register inspection and verification we did was in the Senate chambers. And there is the problem of people registered multiple times. We had a case of a single individual registered up to 38 times. Same ID number, same individual, same name, except serial numbers. We have issues of dead people who are not cleaned. My view, Honorable Speaker, is that it is impossible to clean the voter register. I wanted to get the views of the chair whether we could collapse this register, because the process of verification of voters is just the same like registration, and we register people anew so that regionally, ethnically, our numbers can be duly reflected in the votes of the country. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Chairman, on the issue of double, triple, quadruple registrations, IBC, I thought with modern technology, you can be able, at the press of a button, see how many registered voters have been registered several times. If I press a button on my phone, I'll be able to see how many people have saved twice or thrice and be able to collapse them into one. Are you telling us, IBC, that you have no such capacity or technology? Who is to answer, Chairman, or one of you? Marijan. Because if you have somebody registered 38 times and is still in your register, then it's a terrible indictment on IBC. Given the successive budgets you have been given to upscale and upgrade your technology.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to provide clarification in this specific area. First of all, verification of register of voter is clearly defined that it is a fact. Registration of voters is clearly defined that it is the fact that voters present themselves to IBC for a period of 30 days to go identify their biometrics, to make sure that their biometrics are working. We give 30 days for the purpose of verification. We have not reached there, but by the time we complete the register of voter, then the voters will be given an opportunity for 30 days to go and verify themselves. Where there are going to be issues, they are going to be addressed there and then. The issue of double registration, Chair, it can happen, especially if we are doing offline. But it does not mean that those records are going to remain like that, because we do the process of deduplication. In deduplication, we use the biometrics to make sure that we've got only one unique record. What Honorable Member is referring to is the report of the auditor that basically shows that there was somebody who basically registered 34. It is true. but it's only one unique record that basically remains. The rest are actually deactivated. That is why when you say, do you have a system that can be able to identify? The answer is in affirmative, yes. And what is basically presented there is only unique. The rest are basically deactivated. So it is possible if we are doing offline. But if we are doing online, it cannot happen. This time we are basically doing online. We are not doing offline. Previously we did offline. We are using the BVR kit. Nowadays we are using the KIMS kit. And we are not doing offline, we are doing online. We are connecting to the central database directly, and therefore duplications cannot happen. Thank you very much.
Yes, Hassan. Come, Kunji. Give Hassan a mic.
Thank you. I just wanted to come back on that, the number of voters. For example, I have stood 4 times, been elected 4 times in my constituency. The number of voters in my constituency is stagnant. It's 125,000 or 128,000. But only 90,000 or between 85 and 90,000 vote in every election. So the question is, who are these other 30 to 40,000 who never turn out? Are they dead? Are they people who have registered doubly? That has never been answered by IEBC. So I think they really need to look at these inflated registrations in some of the urban centers, in which where this could be abused. Maybe someone else is using the dead person's ID number to come and vote. So they need to look at that. And then one point that has not been answered is about the issue of violence. I was blown up in an assassination attempt before a general election. My opponents probably wanted to knock me out, but I survived. But no investigation has been done with the IEBC or any of the institutions to find out who did that and what are the lessons learned so that we protect others from similar situations, just as Mheshimiwa Kaluma has said, that we are not dealing with violence during elections in the serious way that it needs to be dealt with, because the violence perpetrators get away with it, and they can do it in every election because there are no costs, there is no punishment, or there is no deterrent. So I think the IEBC must take the issue of violence very seriously.
Thank you. Chairman? Yes, I thought you had indicated that we stop here. Now I see many hands. Yes, Mishi, record.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to ask the IEBC if they have a mechanism to verify those names which have been given through the party list before they guarantee those people for nomination. I'm asking this because I've seen in several areas that somebody has been nominated to represent person with disability, and yet it doesn't have any disability. Somebody has been nominated to represent gender, a position for a woman, but a man has been given that position. A position has been nominated for a youth.
Gender doesn't mean a woman.
No, yes, gender, it depends.
Yes.
For the arithmetic, it can be a man or a woman. If a chance is for a man, is a man. If for a woman, is a woman. But a chance for a woman, you see a man has been given that position. And so many other reasons. Somebody representing workers, and yet he has not been nominated organization for the worker. So what mechanism do you have to ensure that those party list names you are given, you verify those people even before you accord them those nominations? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member in a red jersey, is that Bowen? Who? Bowen? Bowen?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to make a comment, especially on how the IBC, they are working on to make sure that their register is integrated with the births and deaths system, so that where there is deaths, Honorable Speaker, in between, the system should be able to delete automatically that voter from the voter register. So I don't know if their systems, the IBC systems, are integrated together with that systems. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Parashina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you, I would like to just ask a simple question. You have really given directives on legislative issues, but the presentation of IBC, they have talked about the issue of budgets, or they might want to be given to them. If we live here without knowing that whatever they're asking was okay, based on the argument from our chair of budget, it means that up to now, IBC, they don't have enough allocation or money to carry out the election process, which for the public interest, a simple question is, those gadgets that are needed, anything that is needed before elections, is it available now for even the officers to be able to interact with the system or items for us to have a credible election? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Kombe. Don't go back to your elections, ask something else.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is a very simple one, but it's somehow confusing on the other hand. The possibility, Mr. Chairman, the possibility of a candidate getting 0 in his own polling station, that Mr. Speaker, is really disturbing me. It happened twice, and I don't know the cause of it happening twice. 2007
For
and
you or
2017.
For you?
For me.
You could have been the only voter and you spoil your vote. But we leave it to... Yes, Posing? Posing?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for seeing us at this end. I think you have a strong eyes, and we thank God for giving you those eyes. Speaker, can IEBC be present all the time? Honorable Speaker, the common mwananchi only hears, and particularly our voters, so that they can also be engaged in this voting process together, so that during the voting, they know some of these things which we are being taught now here. Only mwananchi can hear about IEBC during election, either by-election or general election. I want to urge you, Speaker, and the chairman who is here, that can they continuously do civic education on the ground, so that IEBC is not only known during election, and all these matters, we educate our Kenyans together, so that our election even reduces to become a bit cheaper, Honorable Speaker, because of the suspicion reduces. When the Kenyans are aware of what they are supposed to do, suspicion reduces, and maybe the numbers that they are going to use to facilitate that election might reduce. Can IEBC engage people every time, Honorable Speaker?
Mawade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hold on, Mawade. Who has a point of order? That is? Member from Boni.
I'm not member from Boni. I'm Mr. Mboni. I'm David Boni.
Rural, sorry.
Speaker, I'm just wondering, because I've been trying to catch your eye. And Honorable Kaki was here.
Who?
Honorable Lecho Kaki, Nyamai.
She's your neighbor. She's
Yes.
the one who has run the...
Yeah, she was here. And she told me she cannot give me the mic for reasons I know. Me, I don't know the reasons. So, and now, Speaker, now, even you now, you are actually jumping me. I've been here even before Fosin was here. Yeah, so I don't know.
Member for Kitui.
Rural. Yes, can I ask my question?
You are casting aspersions on the chair and you are out of order. Take your seat. Take your seat. Mawade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Protect me from the shouting around here in front of me.
Your neighbor from...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to the IEBC, the voter registration that is currently going on, it's only happening at the headquarters of the constituency. There is need to spread this to the polling centers, not even the wards. Some of the polling stations from the center is quite a long distance. So there is need for us to take that back to where it normally is at the, so that we can get additional members, please. Voters, thank you.
Thank you. Who is the member? Borabo.
Thank you. I was here before. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine is just one question to the IBC. Is there any specific law that bars you from printing ballots locally? Is it that we don't trust our institutions? No, even of MCA, because, Mr. Speaker, I believe we use it is the trust deficit that we have and suspicious minds. Is there any law we can print for MCA?
Thank you, Osero. Is that Osero? Yes. Thank you, Osero. Yes, Polo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question would be just to the chairman that I'm a very worried member that if the chairman himself keeps on repeating himself and saying he thinks, now who is going to give us a comprehensive and concrete issues about IBC? Because he kept on saying he thinks. Now that it is very clear that they do not have enough cash, are we expecting a credible election or not? Thank you.
Mwingi Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are some civil servants who have declared interest in some positions, including the position of your session chair. There are civil servants who are campaigning with the public resources. They go with GK vehicles, they go with county vehicles, with a lot of money. And that is against the code of conduct. You are supposed to resign 6 months before campaigning. So what is IBC doing about it? Thank you.
Thank you. Member raising his hand. I can't see you clearly.
Mr. Speaker, this is your truly Mule Stephen. Matungulu. Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity, and I want to ask the IBC chair if he can explain to us why do you have delay or transfer of results from the polling station transmission with the current technology globally? What are they doing to make sure that Kenyans can finish their voting at 6 in the evening? Now by 9, we have results from polling station transmitted to Kenyans. Why, Mr. Speaker, this is very important, is to clear the suspicion which has battled us for the last 3-4 elections in this country and create confidence with Kenyans. Their votes are not tampered with the following day. If they clear that, I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, we'll have the most peaceful transition of election 2027.
Chairman, can you now answer that? Who is that with the Tarabush? Betsimba.
Yes, sir.
Betsimba.
Asante sana. Yes, boss.
Go ahead.
Asante sana, Mheshimiwa Speaker. Swali langu liko la kwa mwenyekiti ni siku ya uchaguzi. Siku ile ya uchaguzi wanasema kwamba kila chama kiwe na agenti mmoja ambaye anaangalia kura 6. Kwa nini ama ni sababu gani na wazuia kwamba kila mgombea awe na mtu ambaye anamchungia na muamini? Hiyo ndio swali na kwao nawapatia.
Nashukuru. Chairman. I think now we have taken virtually everybody. Can you respond to all those? Some are overlapping. Some are on the same issues.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I'll attempt to answer, but I can also give to some of my colleagues. Yes, okay. There was a question around the register, and I think that has been asked by Honorable Hassan. I think there is a process through which we handle the register. So at the moment, since we resumed the voter registration at the constituencies, then once we do the mass voter registration, we want to capture as much data as possible. And then, of course, going forward, there are those processes that are provided for in law. We will need to do the verification of data by the individual voters. We open that, that process is open. But also, the register goes through audit by a reputable firm, which will check now for us the register to ensure that we clean it properly. But more importantly, the register is a public document, and we publish the register. By the time you are going to your elections in Kamukunji constituency, for example, we have a register specific for Kamukunji. And that register, the one we publish in the Kenya Gazette, must match with what we have in the KIEMS kit, the Kenya Integrated Election Management System, the digital register that we will use during elections. And again, it's a consultative process that political parties need to be active players in it. Individual members of parliament need to pay particular attention to it, so that at the end of the day, we have a voter register or a voter's roll that meets the integrity tests, that can be verified, that is acceptable to all Kenyans. And that is what we will do this time round. So we urge you to follow and be active as we undertake the voter registration, but also the verification and the audit of the voters' roll and the final publication. On the issue of dealing with violence, honestly, I don't think IBC alone has the solution to this menace or to this very unfortunate thing called violence in our electoral system. So as stakeholders, as we IBC do our bit to enforce the Electoral Code of Conduct, let us also do our part. And if it means strengthening the law, please let us strengthen the law. If it means enforcement mechanism, if it means creating that specialized unit within IBC to police the electoral environment, if it means giving us the prosecutorial powers, let us think outside the box. Let us do something about it. For now, we will continue lamenting, we continue sharing our sentiments, and yet it is us, the leaders of this country, that must do something about this phenomenon. So please let us think about it, because I believe this was a dialogue, an interactive dialogue for us to share our ideas on how to make things better. The party list, I think Commissioner Anderetu, you've interacted with this thing for many years, and I do know, again, there is a procedure for which political parties do their nomination or the party primaries. There is a procedure within which they decide who to put in the party list, and there is a process through which we publicize and we publish. So I think Commissioner Anderetu will explain in response to Honorable Mishimboko's question. In terms of linking our registration process, Honorable Bowen, I think, you know, in Kenya, we have various registration systems. When you are born, you registered as a child born in this country. You are issued with a birth certificate. Then when you attain 18, actually by the time you report to your nursery school, you are registered again as a nursery school pupil or child, ECD. When you move to primary, again you go through another registration process. Junior secondary, senior secondary, all the way up to university. In the process, you attain 18, you are registered as a citizen, again issued with another document called the ID. You qualify to drive, you are registered again, you are given another document called the driver's license. All with different numbers, with different serial numbers, different expiry dates, and all that. So I think as a country, again, let us rethink the manner in which we register our populations, the manner in which we register our citizens, so that then if we can harmonize, then we will eliminate some of these costs. It's not that IBC we would like to spend taxpayers' money, especially given the constrained physical environment, on registering voters. If we can have a system, one system, that can guarantee us that by the time you attain the voting age, automatically you are registered as a voter in the country. And I think other countries have done it, and we can borrow from their best practices. But we need to harmonize that with the changes in law and, of course, practice. So at the moment, we are actually working on that MOU so that then our systems can read one another, so that we can share data. And of course, there are other systems as well. But if we harmonize that in terms of the legislation and practice, then we will eliminate those costs and the inconvenience around that and ensure integrity of the register. Honorable Parashina, my brother, I believe you have spoken about the issue of timely resources and the adequacy of the resources. So, Mheshimiwa, that was my appeal the whole afternoon, that whatever we need, if you can provide us on timely basis, so that if it is undertaking procurement, we do it on time. If it's the kits, we get these kits on time. And you know, in Kenya, of course, one of the major risks we face is this litigation left, right, and center. The moment we start major procurement like this, there'll be people, vendor wars, and all this. There's this whole ecosystem within the city, and these are the challenges we need to look at, even as we plan to provide funding and to support the Electoral Commission. Of course, issue of printing ballots locally, you heard when Mheshimiwa was asking this question, of course, not all of us support it. And if you put this question to Kenyans, again, people have different opinions. And it all boils down to that issue of trust. If we trust ourselves so much, we can print these boxes, ballot papers in the country. But if we are still suspicious about all these possibilities, then, of course, we need to have ballot papers with more security features and printed outside the country. And even when we print these ballot papers outside the country, we've had situations where sometimes we have to fly in, we have to ask the religious leaders to accompany our team to go and witness the ballot papers and hopefully pray for them, so that then we get the right papers that are blessed for us to guarantee that the electoral process and the outcomes will be credible and acceptable. So there's that issue which we must continue working. And sometimes trust, Trust is not something you can walk to a supermarket and purchase. Trust is something that you build right from yourself, that you trust that being in this room, you are secure, you are safe, that going to eat the food we had over lunch or the tea we'll have after this session, that tea will be safe. It's more of an individual thing. And then it translates to a societal, to a community issue. Both in our constitution, in our institutions of governance such as IBC, then we can address a lot of these other challenges that arise, including the cost of elections. On the issue of civil servants campaigning using government vehicles, again, this issue it's against the law, and we all know it. Civil servants must start campaigning after they have resigned and they have made up their minds that they are now venturing into this political sphere. And they must abide by the laws. And I've had situations where some sitting members of parliament have come to our offices and raised these issues with us. But what I've always advised is that report to us in writing. We are a country, again, governed by the rule of law. We as IBC are also obligated to follow the Constitution, to follow the due process issues, to make sure then you don't just show up and complain without evidence, and then we go to Kitui or Turkana to look for somebody and take action on the basis of no evidence. So support us to report those incidences of electoral malpractices, including those ones perpetrated by civil servants. We need to bear in mind due process issues as we are also requested to deal with those issues. Issue of transmission of results, honestly, this issue, these commissioners are concerned, even for us internally. This is an issue we wake up every day to discuss with our secretariat. What is it that we can do differently to ensure that this time round, 2027, the result, that there will be no delays, even for those ones that we are transmitting through online, through the electronic system, and that the physical forms, Form 34As, Bs, and all that, you know those forms because you have interacted with them before. How do we ensure that this system is harmonized so that we get these results as quickly as possible? We are working on it. We are thinking through. We are discussing with different service providers in terms of technology. And we will be briefing you of those decisions that we will have taken as a commission to just ensure that we improve on the systems insofar as result transmission is concerned. And if we call upon you to change some aspects of regulations or the law, please do assist us as well in order for the country to register an improvement in result management and transmission. Thank you very much. In case I've left any question out, I think my colleague Anderetu will respond, and then we can move forward.
Thank you, Chairman. I think there are also a few other questions that Commissioner Talala and Mary Karen here can address, which were asked. Yeah, but let me respond to that one of our party list. The question was whether we usually verify the party list. The answer is yes. Party lists are submitted as closed party lists.
The question was, why do you allow party lists that don't reflect what the law says? PWDs, you end up with somebody who is not a PWD.
Yeah.
Gender issues, is probably a woman to take the slot, you end up with a man. That is what Ms. Shimbogo asked. Okay.
In terms of responsiveness of the party list, I think we look at all the requirements of a party list against the law. For disability, you must produce a card from the what do you call that organization? National Council of Persons with Disability. there must be a card proving that you are a person with disability. And we have no reason to doubt another public institution when a card is produced in terms of processing of party list, and then somebody indicates, and Honorable Speaker, you know, we don't invite people to see them, whether they are disabled or not. We rely on the documentation that has been provided by the relevant government institution. In terms of gender, I have no recollection where a man has been representing a woman.
Above 40 years.
First of all,
in fact, Mr. Speaker, whatever I've said is happening now, and we have those people. So what we are asking, whether you will have other measures or other mechanism to ensure that you give the right persons according to the category they've been nominated for. Because if you're just going to be relying on the papers and you know how Kenyans are, then we are losing them.
I think it's upon also any person who actually immediately have nomination who can raise to the commission, because it should be cancelled. Really, a man cannot represent a woman, and I agree with you, we rely on documentation majority of the time, where somebody has indicated is female, and their ID also, for some reason, indicate then he's female. That is fraud. And fraud can only be detected when a person now appears. And the same case applies for the person with disability. If he tells us he's disabled and he has all the relevant documents, I think the members of public like yourself, Mheshimiwa, if you notify us, I think it should be cancelled. Nobody should. We shall ensure in the next election we are very responsive so that any case that has been brought to our attention shall be addressed. Yeah, but I don't think, is there an active case?
Yes, Mule, what is it? If you want to repeat your question, you asked why transmission can not be done as quickly as is practically possible to remove anxiety in the country. Don't give him the mic. I have rephrased his question. Chairman.
Okay.
Take your seat, Mule.
Can I finish?
Finish.
Yeah, by saying some of the names, genuinely, some of them is mistakes. Because parties indicate they are not able to tell whether somebody is male or female, because the names are very sinatatanisha. So, and the party has just indicated as female. So the commission...
And it is very simple. If a right has been given to youths, nobody has a right to take it from them if he's an adult.
Yeah, verification.
Hold on. If it's a slot for a woman, same thing.
Yeah.
What I expect you to do is to say, let this be work in progress.
Yeah.
In the next elections, you have field officers up to the constituency.
Yes.
If somebody is nominated from Wenje's constituency, you have capacity within less than 3 hours to check to confirm whether that person is a man or a woman, a youth or a PWD, and so on and so forth. So these are field reports to which you can respond by making them better, instead of defending the status quo.
No, I'm not defending, and I thank you so much, Speaker. I'm not defending. I'm saying in the next election, we shall be thorough in terms of verification. Yeah. Yeah.
And if those transgressions were done in the last elections, you are not the commissioners, although you have perpetual succession in terms of secretariat.
Yeah, we have...
but ensure that these things are not repeated.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
The last question I wanted to address is the Honorable Hassan from Kamukunji, who was saying that your voters remain static at 128,000 and about 90 votes. I want to tell you 90,000 is 70%. And if you look at the last voter turnout, it was about 64%. So it's very good turnout. But this time round, because we are doing mass voter registration, it is very important that we mobilize voters in that.
His question was,
yes,
he has about 128,000 voters. But for the last 3 elections or so, there is a constant graph of a turnout of just about 90,000.
Yeah.
Is it because there is a possibility that over and above 90,000, those are ghost voters or non-existent voters?
I think it's, Speaker, with all fairness to the Commission, is a question of voter turnout.
Yes,
Yeah,
I agree with you.
Yeah.
And Hassan, if this has happened in 3 elections, knowing how studious you are, you would also have found out whether the 128,000 exist or not.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Antola.
Chairman, who else have you assigned?
Yeah,
Mukhwana?
Yes, sir. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa heshima nimeombwa nijibu hili swali liloulizwa na Mheshimiwa Kosing, na ameuliza kwamba mbona tume huru yaonekana tu wakati wa uchaguzi. That why is it that the IBC is only visible during elections? And then he added that why is there no continuous voter education? That observation has a lot of validity, Honorable Speaker, because when we arrived, the greatest challenge in my directorate as the chair in charge of voter education partnerships.
Angela, this order follows you everywhere. Order. Anywhere Angela sits, there must be disorder.
Thank you, sir. As the chair of the Voter Education Partnership, Stakeholder Engagement and Communication, we realized, and the CEO here has already attested to it, that the budget for voter education is always the first port of call when it comes to budget cuts. For some reason, with profound respect to our decision makers, they seem to view education for voters as not being so important, and they would rather we go to the real thing, which is election operations. But in my humble view, it is important that we invest in education for voters, because an educated voter will be advantageous to the process in a number of ways. Number one, he or she will make informed decisions. Number two, a voter who is well enlightened in civic education appreciates his or her civic role in participating in national activities. And number three, there will be less instance of spoiled votes. Honorable Speaker, in the last budget, what had been requested was 1.2 billion. The budget cut was 790 million. So 790 million was chopped off, and we were left with 500 million only. So you can see the priority here. As a result, in my directorate, which I have the privilege to chair, we have serious shortcomings in terms of combating what we now have as a menace in the electoral space, which is misinformation and disinformation. Misinformation and disinformation in the internet space has become so sophisticated that the Commission cannot combat that with meager resources. And that's a challenge. You know that most of you, honorable members, you have been victims sometimes where you say one thing before you realize there is a picture of you complete with things that you have not said. And by the time you correct it, the damage is done. So we need a requisite capacity to be able to respond to disinformation and misinformation, to be able to help the credibility of our election, the brand of the Commission, and above all, to stabilize the nation's peace. So finally, Mr. Speaker, because of budget cuts, we are not seen there. In fact, as the CEO has said, when we arrived, nothing was happening at the commission in terms of voter education, because the perception is after election, hakuna kazi, ngoja uchaguzi mwingine. Kwa hivyo, hapa tunaweza kuomba Mheshimiwa Spika kwa hisani na kwa heshima, ukiweza kutusaidia tupate mgao wa juu kwa elimu, washikadau na mawasiliano, tutakuombea Mwenyezi Mungu. Asante.
The quality of the response will reflect the quality of your request.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My voice is not very good today. I have a flu. I wanted to make a comment on the elections offenses. However, the chair has responded to it. But I can inform these honorable members that the election offenses were managed by IBC from the year 2011 to the year 2016 under the Elections Act. However, in the year 2016, the election offenses were moved to the Election Offences Act, and the powers to prosecute were transferred to the office of the ODPP. And what is left with IBC now is only to investigate and work with ODPP for prosecution. So maybe that's an area that needs to be looked at so that the powers can be transferred and IBC is not accused of not prosecuting the people, the offenders, because now the powers are with ODPP. What we have now, what is left to the commission, is the enforcement of the Electoral Code of Conduct. And I would want to remind all of us that the Electoral Code of Conduct kicks in when it comes to the general election from the day of gazettement of the election date until the day the members are sworn in. And in a by-election is from the day the writs are issued until the day of sworn in. So maybe we need to harmonize that one and we get back the powers so that we can prosecute those offenders. Thank you.
Chairman, wind up. Mule, I see your hand up again. What is it? Can you give Mulder the mic? I hope it's something new.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I'm most satisfied with the answer the chairman has given regarding transmission. Mr. Speaker, I've been elected 4 times, and 3 times I was with you. Mr. Speaker, I just want to tell the chairman, by the time I leave my house to go to the IBC tallying center, because I have agents in every polling station, I already am aware of the numbers I've won with. Mr. Speaker, if we want to save this country from the mistrust, Chairman, you have no other business but to assure Kenyans you have a full, competent, and trusted system of transmitting results. For example, Mr. Speaker, if results are counted from 6 in the evening, by exactly 8, Mr. Speaker, the chair of IBC, through his officers who are in every polling station in this country, should have a mechanism to transmit those results to the commission, and the results can be verified by them.
Point made.
Please, Mr.
Chairman,
Speaker.
Pardon? There is no point to reinforce what is so obvious.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think as we wind down, we have.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
I think Mr. Speaker.
I'm sorry, but my question was not answered concerning the agents during the voting day.
Yes. Oyo Huyo mheshimiwa aliuliza bwana mwenyekiti kwamba masharti yenu na sheria zenu zinasema kila chama iwe na wakala mmoja katika kila polling station. Yeye anauliza kwa nini hamkubali kila mgombeaji awe na wakala wake wa kulinda na kutetea kura zake.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I will defer that to our Vice Chair to answer very quickly on the, but I believe party agents, I don't think we have any big restrictions, but for the orderly conduct of elections, we also need to regulate because there are limited spaces, but yeah, you can.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I was going to
Hold on, Vice Chair. Sunguli, I don't see anything out of order.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, so that she can answer it more completely.
Kaluma, you are chairing the next session, and I see you walking away as if you are leaving. Okay.
Sometimes, Mr. Speaker, it is insisted that we have one agent per coalition. And there are areas where the same coalition has two candidates. It happened to me sometimes back that the URP and the TNA were in the same coalition. I was in TNA, but only URP was allowed to have an agent. So how do you reconcile the fact that agents are not personalized? I think the most rational thing is that the candidate on the ballot paper should have their agent. And that other thing is actually democratic fiction. It cannot happen. It should not happen.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, my chairman. I was actually going to leave here sick today, not having had the chance to speak. When everybody has spoken from the commission. So allow me to just comment on the question that the Honorable has just asked. And I will say this, Honorable Speaker. As a commission, we have been deliberating on so many issues. And on this one, number one, we all understand where elections take place. The polling stations are mainly primary schools. Now you can imagine a situation where we have 34 or 36 candidates, and where each and every candidate must have an agent inside the polling station. However, this is not to say that it is not possible. I want to request that in the spirit of the voter education and stakeholder engagement, Honorable Speaker, together with your team, you are our first client, and we will sit down to ensure anything to do with the elections, we will come up with the best and enhanced systems and policies. On the issue of result transmissions, the chair clearly indicated. But allow me to just say that number one, currently, as per the Constitution, and you are the people to tell us if we are not maybe telling the truth, the law is binding us to our elections being manual. By that I mean, yes, by the time you are leaving your polling station or your constituency, as a member of parliament, you already know the results. The law says that RO must physically deliver the form to the tallying center. We all know the challenges of logistics in our constituencies and counties. So not unless we change the laws, which I believe you are here to support us, we will always be the last to announce, even if everybody knows who is the winner. The other thing is the issue of counting. Professor here, our elder, I am in the committee of ICT, and all of us led by the chairman. We have ideas, we have innovations on how we can improve technology to transmit and count results. When the time is right, we shall come back and have that conversation. Now I will not go home sick. Asanteni sana.
You know, Honorable Mule comes from a physically small, nearly urban constituency. Mule, if you lived in Pokot, you would not be advancing the same argument. If you lived in Turkana, you would not be advancing the same argument. There's validity in what you are saying, but that validity is not for general application given our topography and how this country stands today. And you remember even last elections, is KJ here. You remember we were told there are certain areas where we have no even 3G network. Yes. Like Lamu East. Yes, Mule. I'm not defending anything. I'm simply telling you that your argument cannot be for general application. We go to Pokot and see the difference. Yes, Nicholas Gigor. Mule, surrender the mic to Nicholas. You already made your point.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, this country, as we speak right now, there is a fairly cover of transmission through Safaricom in the entire republic. What I'm just asking, Mr. Speaker, the areas which have challenges, the IBC should map them out, and the areas which are fully covered should be put in an exercise whereby we can have full transmission of results.
Mole, you know the law is very clear. IBC has no authority to announce the outcome of results until and unless they have received all the poll results from all polling centers, whether it's in a ward or in a constituency or in a county seat or at the national level. Yes, Nicholas.
Mr. Speaker, it is good for the members to talk on point of information. We can't generalize this country the way the honorable member is saying that the network is everywhere. I'm a member of parliament for Turkana East. In Turkana East, it is only a quarter of the constituency which is covered by Safaricom network. So when you generalize and say that the submission of result must be done in the entire country at the same time, are we really trying to be fair? Because in my constituency, it takes 2 days or 3 days for some result to reach the tallying center. And somebody here is just saying, we just transmit the result, you walk from your house, then the result, you meet with the result at the tallying center. It is not possible in some areas in this country. It cannot work. And even in my constituency, we use the helicopter to go and help some areas to bring the result.
Rueda.
Sijui kama hii bunge inajua kwamba ile kontena ya mitihani kwangu Kiangwe haikufika. Mnajua hiyo kweli? Inchi sehemu zingine the ground is different. Njoo Speaker, mimi naomba hawa ambao hawajui kule kwetu kunakaa vipi, walete waje waone kumekaa vipi.
Elachi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want us to close the debate and tell my colleagues, we went for the by-elections in Turkana, Nana. We used a chopper. And yet, we went 230 kilometers to leave one ward to go to another ward. So let us stop that debate. Let us move on if we want to do the next session.
Order, Mawade. And I'm also reminded, and I recollect, in the presidential petition in 2017, the Supreme Court ruled, among other things, that the IBC cannot and will not announce the results until they have seen all the physical forms. That is a judgment that has a force of law. And I want to remind my brother Mule, you know we have soldiered on the same side for as long as you can remember. I know your constituency. It is very even, very urban, very easy to move. That constituency is not the same as a constituency in Pokot, in Turkana, in Lamu, and I'm even told by your colleague from Kitui South that her area has similar challenges. I'm told Super North has the same problems. These are steps we have to take. There is no one size fits every foot. IBC, you have a duty to ensure that you do the right thing as quickly as is practically possible. And where you have mapped out and we have challenges of communication, advise other agencies of government to see how they can improve so that we can be able to raise the areas. But it is not right to sit here and think that Embakasi South or Matungu is the same as Kachiliba or Emugwen or Keio North or some of those constituencies. Let's be fair to all Kenyans. Yes, Chairman, I think we're done with you. You can take your seat.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and members.
You have heard the sentiments of many of the members. Like I said, it should be work in progress and must be good progress. Our dream is to go to an election. I don't know if any of my members here has ever been to Ghana during election time. Millie, you have been. Elachi, you have been. You will not even tell that there is an election. And in a presidential vote, my friend Mahama was defeated by 19,000 votes. Nobody threw a stone, nobody walked on the streets, nobody shouted at another. I hope Kenya will one day get to this. And we count on IEBC, whether it's your tenure or another tenure, to build and raise the level of confidence to where the winner does not get away exalting themselves and the loser does not feel vanquished. It is just a process of democracy. That is the country we want. And you are the referees. So all these things members are saying, take them into account, sit in your boardrooms. As a House of Parliament, we promise to support you with resources to deliver a credible election as is envisaged under our Constitution. But let's give a fair opportunity to Nicholas from Turkana East, to Posing from Pokot, and to those who come from constituencies where it takes you 5 hours to move from one end of your constituency to another. Thank you. You are released to go back to your offices. Members, we still have... Members will now move. Where is Kaluma? Come to the chair. Honorable members, order. IBC will leave quietly. We'll now go to the program at session number 4. Senior Counsel Tiendo Molo, kuja mbele. Sheriff Samwendwa and Yusuf Mbuno. Honorable members, take your seats. We're moving to the issue of
honorable members, Mishi. Order.
Members, we are not done yet. Take your seats.
The presentation is going to be made by Dr. Bright Gamel. This is a thought leader. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for bringing this gentleman as we're meeting in Mombasa and how sensitive this area is as we approach election. Dr. Bright Gameli Maudo is a pioneering cybersecurity and blockchain intelligence leader focused on shaping Africa's technology landscape. As a founder of Africa Hackon, he advances the continent's security infrastructure through capacity building and expert community development. Dr. Bright Gameli holds a PhD in IT, convergence, and application engineering with information security specialization from Pukyong National University, South Korea. Dr. Muador serves on the prestigious advisory board, including EC Council Global, CyberSafe Foundation, and USIU ICT Board. With over a decade of cyber security intelligence, he specializes in cyber security strategy, resilience, penetration testing, and blockchain intelligence. Assistant Speaker at 417 Plus technology conferences, he has worked with organizations like Dimension Data, NTT, and Cellulant, implementing cutting-edge security systems to safeguard critical business environments. Much is said about him at page 16 of your program book, but I want to invite him so that you can hear from him. And I'm happy Honorable KJ has come in front. Dr. Bright Gameli. Yeah, you can proceed.
Mamelachi, you are so mobile. Take your seats and listen to this gentleman. Those of us who are in Mombasa and listen to him felt it's important that he talks to you as well. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker, honorable members of Parliament. Good evening. Yeah, I'll be typing a lot. So I stand before you this evening because there's a conversation we've been having the whole day, which has been misinformation. And now tonight, I want to be able to show you some of the things we've been discussing. Some of them are not even real. How are people going to fake a lot of things in 2027? So I think I'm going to change my presentation a little bit to focus on technology, AI, and how some things can be changed without you knowing. These glasses that I have here is actually AI powered. So I'm able to record anything and everything as I'm walking around. And I can actually just duplicate everything you say. For now, I'll take it off, but I want to show you a video. If you look at this video right here, you cannot tell which is fake and which is real. If I had enough time, I could have duplicated anybody's face and voice just because of 10 or 15 seconds of them presenting. So the top one is a real one, the bottom one is fake. And in the age of AI and also cybersecurity, and when election is coming, we need to be able to actually be able to distinguish what is real and what is fake. I wish IEBC was here to be able to actually see some of the tools that we can use as citizens, or even you yourselves, to be able to actually make sure that we don't have fake videos actually that is going. So there will be a lot of tools, a lot of list of tools that I will be sharing with you. I know you cannot remember all of them, so I will share the presentation. It has a list of all those tools that you should be able to see. What we are seeing right now when it comes to cybersecurity, my entire life is about hacking. I hack anything and everything. I don't think there's any system that I've not been able to penetrate in this country. When I say that, in the country, in the continent, around the world, we do that. I have two of my colleagues around. Fraser is here and Trevor. We have a bunch of people that we see. We even infiltrate some Telegram groups in Kenya who try to hack government systems. We report them, by the way. We religiously report them to the various departments, and they're trying to do that. Some of them are doing this to be able to disarm what you have, to disarm systems that we have. And people are going to be doing that. Oh, something that was not mentioned about me, I'm a senior technology advisor to Honorable Attorney General of Kenya. So I try to be able to actually help to see how can we use technology to be able to do things. Currently, if I ask a few questions right now, please raise your hands if you've used the same passwords multiple times. Okay? Raise your hand if you have connected to a fake wireless network before and you don't even sure. If you check your phones right now, there's a new wireless I have introduced into the room called LN Resort, but with a dot. Majority of you will connect to the fake one because that will be the free version. That's the one that will serve your internet. That's the one you're going to connect to. But the thing is, if you connect to the fake one, I can see everything you do. Right now it's broadcasting with this phone. So I can see people are joining even. They don't even know. And if I was to be very malicious, I would disconnect you from original Wi-Fi, connect you to the fake one, and you will actually have no idea that you're actually getting connected to a fake Wi-Fi. This is very easy. My phone is very easy to do. There are much better resources that can be able to do this. And I'm going to show you a few of them. So, also the thing is, we click on links in the emails every time. How do we able to tell if a link has any fake details? How can we tell if it has malicious content? Because some of you who are here, who are members of National Assembly, you will be targeted. Somebody will send a fake email to your secretaries. Somebody will send a fake email to your department because they want to hack you, take over your emails, and send emails as you. Oh, by the way, it's very easy for me to impersonate you to her, and it will come as you. Can we try that? Please, I like volunteers. So I'm going to take your Gmail. I'll force an email from you whilst you're seated here. I'll let you say anything, and it will go to anybody here. Can we try that? Yes. Okay, great. I love such things. So, some of the things we post online, and some software that we get to update all the time. So the landscape we are looking at right now is changing, meaning we need to be able to actually look at security we need to take security very seriously. AI is being used for various good things, and some of the things that we've talked about this evening, about election collection, being able to analyze data. Oh, there are so many AI tools that can be able to analyze data faster. So I hope that in the age of AI, we should be able to analyze data way faster than the previous elections, be able to use AI to be able to get the right details out. But also cyber criminals are using AI to be able to do a lot of fake things. Voice cloning, deep fakes. There are so many ways that they're able to manipulate data that we need to be very careful. So we'll see, how do we tell documents that are fake? Are they real? What websites can we go to? Like I said, I'll give you all the list of the websites because I know you can't remember them, and see how to be able to do that. There's a person who actually sent $35 million to the fake bank account because the CEO, he got an email saying, could we please check, we're doing an acquisition of a company. These are the bank accounts. He said, no, can you get on a Zoom call as the CEO or the COO? I want to verify if this is actually you. He was the only real person on that call. So even a Zoom call can have fake people, and you cannot really tell if it's them. Are we together? And he sent 35 million. It took 5 days for him to realize that actually happened. The movie G20 was actually showing exactly how AI has been used in political propaganda. So it's on Netflix. Take a look at that movie. It will give you a very good detail as people who are in Parliament to be able to look at that. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio was actually impersonated some time back the similar way. What are the ways people are going to try to actually hack you or manipulate data about you? Names. Both names can be used to be able to actually fetch information. We leave so much data online that we don't even know. And today I'm going to show you some of the ways you can do research about yourself. Honorable Gladys Boss, you need to be able to find out, where has the picture been used? You don't know if somebody is trying to actually write something negative about you, but you have no idea your picture has been used on that page. Right? They're waiting for the right time during elections before they bring it out and say, hey, she said A, B, C, D. It was never you. So I'm going to show you some of the tools to find out where have your picture been used. And if you have time, I would like you to do it yourself even right now. So we have IP addresses. We have your browser fingerprint. We are always accepting those cookies. What does the cookies do? Does anybody know? The cookies that you accept all the time, you don't have to, by the way, is basically trying to make sure they are using the moment of your browsing. So let me give a typical example. You go to Jumia. You are trying to shop for food or for, say, bananas every now and then for your restaurant. So the cookies that you've accepted is harnessing every detail of your browsing moment. Same thing as your emails, same thing as your social media, same thing as the website, all websites you go to. So those cookies, somebody can grab them and log in as you. That's how your social media accounts and emails get hacked, if you do not put the right security details. Everything we have, our emails. How many of you have the same email you use for your banking? It's the same email you use for everything. Your entire life is tied to your email. So today, before we leave, if we forget everything, I want to show you how to secure your email before we leave. Is that okay? At least that, if you forget everything I've said today. Because if you don't secure our emails, our entire lives are tied to that. Our entire lives is connected to that, and people can find out information about you. Location details. I only need to send a link to you for me to be able to find out exactly where you are within 10 meters, just because you click on a link. Phone numbers. It can be grabbed from anywhere. And I'm going to show you, there's a Telegram group that harnesses every single information about Kenyans. Just type Kenya. I did the experiment. I've done it for you, so I'll show you. I put Kenya, and I was able to grab information. Third-party applications. All these loan apps that we've been having in Kenya. You log in, you give them access to your what? Your phone book. You give them access to your SMSs. You give them access to your call log. Do you know what they collect from there? Can I show you? Let me show you one of the data that is there. So I took, one company decided to collect data about people in Kenya. So let's pick any number. Any number from here? Right. No, I mean one of the numbers from this list. 162, thank you. 162 has one device, and if you look into the device, we can actually see the SMSs they have been collecting from the person's phone. They collect that information to be able to try to actually see how many times have you been calling somebody, what text do you send out, who do you text a lot? And this is just text messages. I've not even formatted it properly, but you can see details of what people have been sending. So when it comes to data protection, we need to take a lot of legal action against such companies. All right? And this is just one. So how many other companies are picking information from us with these various apps that we give them access to? Your telemetry, your basic date of birth, and your facial recognition, I'm going to show you how that works. So I'll go through a live demonstration to just show you exactly how a hacker thinks, how they work, how they manipulate your details, and how can you protect yourself. Is that okay? So I'll try to go as slow as possible, and the tool list, I'll give it to you as well. So the first thing any hacker wants to do is to be able to use Google. If I say site KE, and I say file type XLS, and I put, say, salary, this basically says, go to every .ke website. I want every Excel sheet that has the word salary in it. Are we together? This is basic. This is the basic of basics. So if I click on this, the Kisii County budget is somewhere deep-rooted on the website. However, this command allows me to be able to download that, and this typically has people's salary details. Hello? There are faster ways to do this. This is the basics of them. So you basically can go into websites deep-rooted and find out what data is hiding behind something. To them, they're hiding it. To you, you can use Google to get this information. But my most important thing is to find out exactly details about organizations. What is leaking? There is something we call a stealer log, a stealer malware. Stealer malware has been infecting you for so long you have no idea. Let me explain. Stealer malware has been going on that when you go to some website and it asks you to put your username and password, it extracts that password and stores it somewhere. And they sell it to people in the dark web, in the deep web, these days in Telegram groups, where they steal your data. Can we check for some of them? I'd like us to volunteer companies in Kenya. Is that okay? So the first thing they want to do is to basically find out some of those details is they go to a tool like this. So for example, if I want to fetch every email for who? Let's give a company, a website, even let's say IEBC, right? It's .or.ke, okay? If I go to IEBC.or.ke, this tool in the next few seconds will tell me every single email that exists on the internet. So I can collect them. They all become targets for me. If I want to hack them ideally, I'm wearing the hat of a hacker right now. I will target every single person because the more, if I send all that data to them, at least one person is going to click on that link. Are we together? I'm talking about how hackers do it. So they fetch all this information to see whom can they target. However, there are tools you can use to be able to find out who's a CEO, what positions the people hold in that organization. Are we together? If I was to go to something like, say, there's a possibility that the same emails could have leakages. So you remember the Stealer malware that I told you about? Hello? It could have been affected them. So some people who have gone to IEBC.com, for example, let me see, their passwords could be leaking. So a few people who have gone there, somebody's password is this, and their password is what? K7 right? If I go on, we can see a lot more of people whose passwords. And analyzing this, I can see exactly how the website has been constructed, what files exist on the website. If I go a bit technical, you can now see the structure of the website. Again, these are basics of things that we get to see. So it's not their fault, it's their computer that they have been using that has been hacked or they have been able to see. So their details here has to be cleaned up from the website. Can we continue? Great. That is one place. The other place is if I go to a place like this website. Can I get another company? Pardon? Let's go. Safaricom. Safaricom is boring. There's too many details about them. Let's say KPLC. Right? Let's go to KPLC, for example. Some people as KPLC or third parties who are logging as KPLC could have been, can have the data leaking. So hackers use such website, but it doesn't cost too much to get this website. Where you're seeing employees, third parties, but customers, there are, 28,000 accounts that are leaking. So if I randomly pick, if I want to try to log into somebody's account, all I need to do is select a few of them, and I press unlock. So this basically shows you Kipsang Jesse has a password, Rack Stacy or something like that. Oh wait, but this is nothing confidential. This is publicly available. I can get it through many other means without paying for it. When I have such information, I need to find out what can they get about you as a person from a personal perspective. So there are tools to be able to do this. Can I borrow a Gmail account? Any Gmail? This is the point nobody shares the Gmail for me. Yes. Yes, please share. Pardon? K-O-S-G-E-Y J-O-S-S-E-S. Like that. Okay. Any other person? Any other Gmail? Sure. You've been locked out of yours. Maybe the password you can find it today. Like that. Okay. So if I pick this email, hello, there's a free website called Have I Been Pwned. You can go to this website to see if there's a possibility that your third-party company that has been hacked has been breached. So Gladys Boss, your password that you've used somewhere, there are 8 companies that have used this, that have been breached, and they have the password leaking out there. You want to see it? Okay, we can see. Maybe that one of the passwords could be yours. I will not have to show all of them, but I can download for you the details and share with you after this. So if I go to this website, it's a tool that we have paid for. That password is somewhere here. Let's look for one of it, and it could be that. Let me make it bigger. That was the password they used on one of their portals. Here. No, not currently, back in the day. One of them. Yes, my son's. Okay, yeah. So there are many others, but don't worry, I'll download all of them for you so that you can actually go through. Maybe one of them, you are still using it. Yes. Yes. Okay. We'll see how to help you. We have a full team here, so we'll see how to be able to assist you on that. Yeah. Oh, yeah, yours also so here. So, if I check this, yep, it's part of a few databases. In 2023, when that company was hacked, the password was that. Yeah. And there are many others. But you know, I want to find out details of exactly who are you before I even try to impersonate you. I can try to find out details about you. By the way, there are many tools to be able to do this. When I want to map out whatever I can get from just your Gmail, there's a way to be able to map it, and I'll show you how it is. This, I will not show your Airbnb staycations. I will not show that, don't worry. Otherwise, this tool can tell you where you have been, where you have commented on, places you've been, and then also what are the activities that I can fetch from your email, right? The details of your email is what I need to be able to use to see how can I impersonate you. So hackers do these things and automatically fetch that information, how to put it together, and then be able to actually get to know what they can use against you. So we will run this. It's taking some time. Let me run on my email as well. Okay, as that is getting to work, let's see, there is one place you can actually get to see where has my picture been used. So we call this reverse image search. There's a lady in Kenya who woke up one day and was getting a lot of messages as to how much to escort me for 3 hours, for 2 hours. He's just like, wait, what? Only to realize that the ex-boyfriend shared a picture on an escort website saying people who are coming to Kenya should get escort services. You all know what that means. So we had to do a reverse image search to find out where has her pictures been used. So this is one place. If you upload a picture, or if I upload any of your pictures, I can do that reverse image search to find out exactly where your picture has been used and who exactly you are. Be able to actually harness enough information to be able to see if I can compromise you. So I'll use this. So it's a very important website you take. It's called pimeyes.com. I'll leave it in the list so you can actually try it out. Pardon? Public Wi-Fi. Oh, I'm about to get to public Wi-Fi and how I can count the number of people in this room with one command. Because of your watches and your phones. I'll show you. I don't know why this is not showing, but this. So you see, this does a reverse image search to be able to show you everything in this room, right? So it's good to be able to do this exercise. You want to know who's talking about you, who is impersonating you, and you can submit it for deletion. Hello? A lot of you have a lot of history on the internet. Nobody should be able to, it's fake. They impersonate you, they talk about you, and it's not real. You can actually submit that to Google for deletion. Are we together? And some of the personal information about your phone numbers, you can use a few websites, and I'll list them for you. There's one called Join Delete Me. I'll put them on a list so you don't have to remember them. There's another one called Optory. And the last one is called Incogni. You can submit your name and details that you find. They'll do an analysis and you pay a few dollars and they'll be able to submit that to the Google and the Facebooks and everything to remove those information about you. Hello? Because as the kind of work that you do in the space you live in, there's too much negative information. And there's a lot of misinformation. In coming elections, there's going to be a spread of all of these. When we're trying to see all of this information, I really wonder why this is not showing. When I have all that information, it's where I want to see how can somebody send an email from one person to the other. It's a lot of impersonation that happens. And I have seen this happen in South Korea, where a school some time back, a CEO was being impersonated, and they had to go to court and do a whole lot of forensic investigation to realize that it was never him who sent that email. So people can actually impersonate you very easily. That is taking some time. So I'll pick this information from here. Where am I? And I will say, basically, send an email from you to I have an email that I want to use for this experiment so that everybody can see, so that you can also take a look at that. I'm sending it to myself, and let's put a subject. Subject is dinner time. Okay? Parliament on crime. Kindly know that we are watching you. Another way could be that I send an email from you, but every time I reply, Honorable Gladys Boss will be the one to get it. Okay? Think about that in a case scenario of, say, finance. Finance send an email, but every time they're responding to the hacker or the scammers. So they're always sending details to the wrong person, and then they send it happened in Kenya. They almost lost 15 million. Said, oh, this is the new invoice. So they pay to the wrong bank account. That has been going on for so long. There's actually a billionaire in Kenya who lost £1 million right here in Kenya because of such a thing. So I can now force an email, say, it came from you. However, I am the receiver. But when I want to reply, it goes to who? Exactly. Subject is invoice. Oh, sorry. Kindly find attached the invoice for processing. Sometimes they don't even need to know your details. They only need to know both names. So they're trying to make, because somebody gets triggered when they see the two names, right? So they want to see, how can I put the two names in an email that can make it easy for somebody to actually open the email. So here, I can say, maybe, what email, how does your name show on your email? Just Gladys Boss. Okay, so say, okay. So let's say Gladys Boss are the two details. I can take that and say, the recipient of the email is still me, but the name is just written Gladys Boss. Subject of the email is deal done. Just consider it done. Right? So, hoping that everything works, because sometimes things will work off stage. And when they get on stage, they fail. So I'm going to open this Zit Night Owl. Some might go to spam because I'm doing it pretty fast. And as you can see, oh, that came in. Parliament on crime. But it was not you. You're checking your outbox. It's not there. No. Unless I reply to this. Oh, but you see, when I said, I am now replying to you. You can confirm in the next 10 seconds if that has come to you. Now is the only time you will see it in your outbox, on your inbox. Are we together? And by then, damage has been done. So we have to be very careful as to where is the email coming from when we open them. The other one is, oh, there it is. I even typed the name invoice wrongly. But you see, it has come through. Yeah, it can be done to anybody. You can see the second one here. Let me increase the font. Yeah, so I sent an email. I forced an email from him. It's an email spoofing. It's a very simple tool that we wrote. This invoice, look at it. It says, kindly find attached. Please pay attention to this. If you click on this drop down here, it shows you what? The reply to. Can we see? So it's not going back to you, it's going to her email. Yeah, she can. So if I click on this, yeah, currently she's logged out. So when I click reply, it's now going to your email. And this happens a lot, especially when it comes to finance, sales, and HR. Those are the departments that get spoofed. Are we together? Last one is just to show the name Gladys Boss. See, if you see deal done, you will think everything is real, right? So you open it, and the first thing you see is a picture. Let me tell you something. Let's go to iebc.or.ke. Do you think everything you're seeing here is real? It's real, right? I mean, we can browse the website. I mean, it's a normal IEBC website, right? Okay. In the next 10 seconds, I should be able to put one command, and because I want to fake that detail, I can try to edit the page. Oh, sorry. It's here. When I put that, I can literally change anything you see. Can you see up there? And I can change this from whatever is written here, access offices, to my name. So anything can be faked just because. And you see the website is still moving. If I take a screen recording of this and I said, look what Honorable Gladys Boss has done, you're quick to click on it. Are we together? So I'm also going to show you how to verify links and documents, because there's a lot of documents that are going to come to you and they're fake. Hello? But before that happens, this is the most common of them all. How do I make sure, sorry that Honorable, I'm using your name a lot, but you're the closest to me. How do I fake a conversation between the two of us? This has happened again, I think sometime in Parliament, where somebody was saying, you said this, you said that, but there's WhatsApp messages showing, but it's not real. Hello? So this website actually helps you to fake conversations. So if I go there and I say, has said, deal done, and I even put a picture of you, it shows like that. But I can go to person 2 saying, I will be there on time. I want to mark it as read, and I add that. And I can do the back and forth. I can even change the battery time. I can change the time when this conversation was had. So we say the conversation happened at what? 10:04 p.m. And then we download such things that we post on social media and we believe it's real. It's fake. So how do we verify pictures, documents, and all of those things if they're fake? Yeah, I can do that. That's my number. Anybody can fake anything. Oh, this is just WhatsApp. SMS is there. Instagram is there. Facebook is there. All of them are all here. TikTok. And everybody's believing those details. So we have a website called Metadata to Go. This website called Metadata to Go, you can upload any document in there and it will verify if that document, who created it, when was it created, on what computer was it created. Because sometimes I saw a document, I think it was a bill, which was drafted in Kenya. Guess what? Somebody in Uganda edited that document and shared it in a WhatsApp group. I only used this website to check and I realized, I'm like, no, the person who changed it was named, the person was called Songa Chris. I'm a Songa Chris, but you're Ugandan. So why are you sharing a Kenyan document and as you're saying, clause this is the real document? This actually happened in Kenya. So people can, it's good to take this website. You can put in documents, pictures, anything. If you receive a link or any document as an attachment, and you don't know if it has any malicious content, you go to a website called Virus Total. I've added that to the list as well. So I'll give you all the list of the website that you don't have to remember. You can put the link here, and it will automatically detect and scan the document or the link to verify if it has any what? Malicious content. Hello? Yeah, for AI, there's a lot. There's a long list for you. So you can get to check, because a lot of people will be sending you fake details, and that's how they'll be able to do that. If I was to do this in a faster way, this is a very simple tool that just put in my phone number, it scans the entire internet, finds every metadata. Who am I? What websites do I have? What do I have as a linkage to me? My kids' pictures being shown. It actually segregates pictures for me. So things that are kids who are older basically can map out your entire life on one dashboard. I don't know if our intelligence agencies in Kenya have it, because this is a very easy way to profile somebody from social media. Hello? It costs about $10,000, but it's really effective. When we have such things, these are some of the ways you can get compromised. But if you think hacking only goes to software, this is where you also need to know hardware. I can control the AC in this room with this. I can control power projectors and everything, digital signs, with a simple tool. If you pick out your iPhones, because I know majority of you have an iPhone. Look at your iPhones. Pardon? Oh, look at it. Just keep looking. You'll see currently there's a pop-up of you to connect to a Bluetooth device. Apple TV, right? Do you know why I did that? I'm triggering your Bluetooth device to come on, because now that I'm there, I can scan for all the Bluetooth devices in the room. So I'm forcing your Bluetooth to come on. Hello? That's not the worst part of it. When I see these Bluetooth devices come on, so now there are about 250 devices within range for me. And I'm using a very weak adapter. I can go about almost 1 kilometer. Hello? But this is what happens. When people want to listen to you, recently a vulnerability has been discovered, and pardon? A vulnerability has been discovered with these things that we have. We all have one, the AirPods and the earbuds and everything. If I want to listen to the conversation, I want you to actually have a conversation there when I give you this, and I want to record you, right? I didn't show this in Mombasa. This was new at the time. So I run this tool. Is this thing dead? And if you watch this, you can actually have a conversation. Yes, this is a secret conversation we're having. Recorded everything he's saying just because he has this next to him. There are better ones to do this, but let's now get to listen to that conversation. Can I use this mic? Where's the mic? So it's not that audible, but it's somewhere here. You can hear it. That's how easy it is for somebody to be able to actually pick information. Same thing, last but not the least, is the kind of cables. Please, when you travel and you go to hotels and airports, especially airports or coffee shops, do not accept cables that are being given to you to charge your phone. Because if I pick this, which one do you think is the real one, the fake one? There's one that is fake, there's one that is real. Black one is fake. White one is fake. So you see, some of you are saying one is fake, one is real. However, it's actually the black one. And if I was to plug this black one to charge my phone, and I come to you like, oh, Honorable Pastor, can I just please charge my phone? My phone is dead. And I plug it in, it's charging. Can you see? But check your phones right now. There's a new hotspot that I've introduced to the room called OMG. With that OMG Wi-Fi, I can send any command through this cable to this laptop. Can you see? Yeah, that OMG is mine. I am the only person who knows the username and password to that. I can send any command to your laptop. For example, steal every file from your laptop silently, transmit it somewhere, and close. You will have no idea. Same thing as the charger ports. You know the charger ports you get to the airport, you leave your phone in to charge? They are doing what you call juice jacking. They're jacking everything from your phone. So please avoid getting chargers from people. Avoid getting flash drives from people. Avoid getting what? Cables. Are we together? So I want us to go to some remediation processes. Hello? I want us to go into some of the details of how you can secure yourself. The easiest